What if everything you thought you understood about the world of One Piece has been missing the most important layer hiding underneath it all? Not pirates, not marines, not even the ancient secrets of the Void Century, but something far more personal, far more disturbing, and far more connected to destiny itself? Because there's a theory that flips the entire story upside down in a way most people don't even realize they're already seeing hints of. What if Vivi isn't just a princess of Alabasta, not just a symbol of peace or a tragic royal caught in political chaos, but something far more dangerous to the world order itself? What if Vivi is actually the reincarnation of Imu's will? Not a metaphor, not a symbolic parallel, but a literal continuation of a broken soul that refused to disappear after reshaping history itself. And if that sounds impossible at first, it only takes a closer look at how Oda has been structuring hidden connections across Joy Boy, Shirahoshi, Blackbeard, and Vivi to realize something unsettling. Every major figure in the world seems to be part of a cycle that repeats, clashes, and re-emerges in new forms across generations. Imu sits at the center of it all, like an invisible god watching from the shadows. But the real question is not what Imu rules, it's what Imu lost. And why Vivi, out of every character in the world, keeps getting pulled closer to the center of that invisible storm. Because when you start connecting the dots, the pattern becomes too structured to ignore. Luffy isn't just a pirate with the will of Joy Boy. He behaves like a continuation of an ancient force that refuses to die. Shirahoshi isn't just an ancient weapon. She is Poseidon reborn in a peaceful era, where she doesn't yet understand the weight of oceans responding to her voice. Blackbeard doesn't simply represent chaos or ambition. He feels like something older, something inherited from Xebec, a man whose existence is still wrapped in contradiction and erased truth. And then there's Vivi, a princess who should, by all logic, be far removed from these cosmic roles. Yet she keeps appearing in moments that feel too deliberate to be a coincidence. Imu is holding her image. The sudden targeting of Cobra. The way the world government reacts around her existence like she is more than just a political figure. It all starts to suggest that Vivi isn't being watched randomly. She is being recognized. Like something buried within her existence is echoing across time, calling back to a forgotten source. And that's where the theory begins to twist into something deeper. What if these characters aren't separate destinies at all, but fragments of a repeating system of inherited will, where certain souls refuse to stay gone? To understand how disturbing this idea becomes, you have to imagine the world not as a linear timeline, but as a cycle of broken identities constantly being reshaped by power, history, and suppression. Joy Boy doesn't feel like a title anymore. It feels like a role that gets inherited whenever the world reaches a breaking point. Poseidon doesn't feel like a single mermaid. It feels like a frequency of connection to the sea itself that manifests through specific individuals when conditions are right. Xebec, through Blackbeard, feels like a shadow of rebellion that never fully disappeared, only changed form to survive erasure. And Imu feels like the anchor of all of it, the one who didn't just witness the Void Century, but actively altered what remained of it. But here's where things shift into something far more unsettling. If these forces can reincarnate or re-emerge through lineage factors, inherited will, or even the manipulation of existence itself, then what stops Imu from being part of that same cycle? And if Imu is part of that cycle, then why does Vivi, of all people, carry such strange narrative weight whenever she appears in the story's political shadows? Her presence isn't loud like Luffy's, or destructive like Blackbeard's, or mythic like Shirahoshi's. It's subtle, almost hidden, but consistently positioned at the intersection of major world events. Like a missing piece slowly being guided back toward its original place. And that's where the final idea begins to take shape. The one that redefines everything we thought we knew about destiny in this world. What if Imu didn't just rule from the shadows? What if Imu fractured? Not physically, but existentially, splitting will, identity, or even consciousness into fragments that could no longer remain whole in one body after the events of the Void Century. And if that fracture followed the same rules that govern inherited will in One Piece, then those fragments wouldn't disappear. They would reappear across time, in different forms, under different names, slowly converging back toward the original source. Luffy as Joy Boy's continuation, Shirahoshi as Poseidon's voice reborn, Blackbeard as Xebec's chaotic inheritance, and Vivi as the most controversial possibility of them all. Not just a princess caught in the wrong era, but a living echo of Imu's original will, placed unknowingly within the very system Imu now controls. That would explain the strange fixation, the hidden observation, and the emotional weight surrounding her existence, despite her lack of overt power compared to others in the cycle. It would also suggest something far more terrifying about the world itself. That the final conflict isn't just between pirates and the government, or freedom and control, but between fractured pieces of an ancient identity slowly recognizing each other across a broken world. And if that recognition is already beginning, then Vivi might not just be a passive character in this story at all. She might be the key that decides whether the cycle finally breaks or resets one more time into something even more uncontrollable. If you zoom in on one of the most unsettling moments in the entire One Piece world, it doesn't come from a battlefield, a devil fruit reveal, or even a legendary clash between pirates and the Marines. It comes from a quiet, almost meaningless detail that should have been overlooked, but instead feels like it rewrites everything we know about power in this world. Imu, the most mysterious figure sitting at the very top of the global hierarchy, is shown holding a set of wanted posters and photographs that immediately change the entire emotional weight of their existence. Among those images is Vivi, not Luffy, not Shirahoshi, not Blackbeard in isolation, but Vivi, a princess whose power is political rather than destructive, whose influence is diplomatic rather than mythic, and whose role in the world should, on paper, place her far below the level of entities like Joy Boy's successor or Poseidon's reincarnation. And yet, Imu's attention is directed toward her in a way that feels deeply personal, almost uncomfortably intimate, as if Vivi is not just another piece on the global chessboard, but something that disrupts the entire logic of how the game is supposed to work. Because if Imu is truly a being that exists above kings, above the Five Elders, above even the legacy of the Void Century itself, then Vivi's inclusion in that private visual focus is not random. It is a signal. A signal that she is not being observed as a threat in the traditional sense, but as something far more specific, something already recognized, already categorized, and already emotionally or historically significant to Imu's hidden perspective. This single moment creates a fracture in the assumption that power in One Piece is purely hierarchical, suggesting instead that there is a layer beneath authority where recognition, memory, and inherited significance matter more than brute force. And Vivi, inexplicably, is positioned directly inside that layer. What makes this detail even more disturbing is the contrast between Vivi and the other figures that Emu is associated with observing. Luffy represents Joy Boy, the inheritor of liberation and chaos against control. Shirahoshi represents Poseidon, the ancient weapon capable of commanding the Sea Kings and reshaping global balance through oceanic power. Blackbeard, tied to the legacy of Xebec, represents destruction, ambition, and the corrupted continuation of a forgotten era that even the world government struggles to fully suppress. These are not random individuals. They are anchors of mythological and historical weight, each one tied to forces capable of collapsing the existing order. And yet Vivi stands among them, not because she demonstrates comparable destructive capability, but because she occupies a different kind of importance entirely. Her role in Alabasta was rooted in diplomacy, rebellion against hidden manipulation, and the preservation of her people's future. But that alone does not elevate her to the same cosmic category as ancient weapons or reincarnated wills. So the question becomes unavoidable. Why is she grouped in the same conceptual space as figures who define eras of history? The implication is not that Vivi matches them in power, but that she matches them in significance, as if the world itself recognizes her not for what she can do, but for what she is becoming in a larger system that predates even the known history of the Void Century. And when Emu's gaze lingers on her image, it doesn't feel like surveillance. It feels like recognition. The kind of recognition that comes from familiarity, from memory, or from something that has already happened before. This is where the theory begins to shift from simple curiosity into something far more unsettling. If Emu is not merely a ruler, but a remnant of something older, something that survived the collapse of an ancient world order, then Vivi's presence in their focus suggests a connection that transcends political relevance. It suggests inheritance. Not inheritance of bloodlines alone, but inheritance of will, identity, or even fragmented consciousness across time. In that interpretation, Vivi is not just being monitored as a potential threat. She is being observed as a variable that already fits into a known pattern. Emu's attention becomes less about eliminating a danger and more about managing a recurrence. Because if Joy Boy returns through Luffy, if Poseidon reappears through Shirahoshi, and if Xebec's shadow continues through Blackbeard, then the structure of the world is not linear, it is cyclical. And cycles imply repetition. Repetition implies memory, and memory implies that someone is aware of the pattern continuing. In that context, Vivi's image is not random, it is diagnostic. It is a confirmation that something has re-emerged in a familiar form. But unlike the others, Vivi does not present herself as a weapon or a destroyer. She represents balance, diplomacy, and the possibility of unity between nations, which raises a terrifying contradiction. What if Vivi is not the counterpart to destruction, but the counterpart to control? What if her existence is tied not to the collapse of the world, but to the collapse of the system that controls it? That would make her not a weapon like Shirahoshi, not a liberator like Luffy, and not a destroyer like Blackbeard, but something far more destabilizing, a key that unlocks the structural integrity of the entire world order itself. And that brings the final layer of this obsession into focus. Emu holding Vivi's picture is not just symbolism, it is narrative positioning at the highest possible scale. It implies that Vivi is already accounted for within Imu's understanding of the world, as if her existence was anticipated long before she ever became politically relevant. It suggests that she is not reacting to the world, but being waited on by it. And that changes everything about how her role is interpreted moving forward. Because if Luffy's path is about freedom, Shirahoshi's about awakening power, and Blackbeard's about consuming chaos, then Vivi's path may be something entirely different: restoration. Not restoration of a kingdom, but restoration of a broken equilibrium that the world itself has been trying to suppress since the Void Century. Imu's fixation therefore becomes less about fear and more about containment. Not because Vivi is dangerous in the traditional sense, but because her existence threatens to reconnect fragments of a system that was deliberately shattered. And if that system ever becomes whole again, it would not simply challenge Imu's authority, it would expose the foundation on which that authority was built. Which leads to the most unsettling possibility of all. Imu is not watching Vivi because she is insignificant compared to the others. Imu is watching Vivi because, in some forgotten layer of history, Vivi may not be new at all. She may already be part of the original equation that the world has been trying to erase, suppress, or rewrite for centuries. King Cobra's death is one of those moments in One Piece that doesn't just pass as tragedy. It lingers like a warning sign that something far deeper is happening underneath the surface of the world. On the surface, it appears straightforward. A king caught in the political crossfire of the Reverie, a ruler who discovered too much, and a man who paid the ultimate price for stepping too close to forbidden truth. But the timing surrounding his death, especially when placed directly after Imu's silent fixation on Vivi, creates a pattern that feels too precise to be accidental. Cobra is not just any monarch. He is the father of Vivi, the ruler of Alabasta, a kingdom that has already been entangled in ancient secrets through the poneglyphs, Pluton speculation, and centuries of carefully preserved silence. His death, therefore, is not just the removal of a political figure. It feels like the removal of a protective barrier between Vivi and something much older, something that has been watching her long before she ever stepped into the global stage. When Imu's gaze is first associated with Vivi's image, it already implies recognition. But when Cobra dies shortly after, it transforms that recognition into consequence. It suggests that attention from Imu is not passive. It is catalytic. It triggers outcomes, shifts events, and erases obstacles that stand between whatever hidden connection exists between Vivi and the highest authority in the world. And suddenly, Cobra's death stops feeling like an isolated assassination and starts feeling like a calculated removal, as if the world itself is being adjusted around Vivi's existence in real time. What makes Cobra's final moments even more suspicious is not just the fact that he dies, but the circumstances surrounding what he may have discovered before his death. During the Reverie, Cobra is placed in proximity to the 5 Elders, the highest known authorities of the world government, and it is implied that he learns something that shakes his understanding of the world's foundation. That revelation alone is enough to mark him as a liability. But the timing becomes more disturbing when aligned with Imu's hidden presence above even the Elders. If Cobra saw or understood something related to the Void Century, the Ancient Kingdom, or even the existence of Imu itself, then his death is not just political silencing, it becomes narrative containment. But the deeper implication arises when you connect it back to Vivi. Because Cobra is not just a king who dies after discovering forbidden knowledge, he is Vivi's direct bloodline connection to that knowledge. If Vivi is indeed tied to Emu in the way the theory suggests, then Cobra's death takes on a second meaning entirely. It becomes a severing of lineage awareness, a deliberate attempt to isolate Vivi from any conscious understanding of what she might represent. It is as if the world is removing anyone capable of explaining her origin before she herself can realize it. That raises a chilling possibility. Cobra may not have died because he learned too much about the world in general, but because he learned too much about Vivi specifically. And in a world where inherited will and lineage factor already define devil fruits, ancient weapons, and legendary figures, that kind of knowledge is not just dangerous, it is destabilizing. When you place Emu into this equation, Cobra's death stops being an endpoint and becomes a reaction. Emu's attention on Vivi establishes a directional focus, like a gravitational pull that bends events toward a specific outcome. Cobra, being the closest guardian of Vivi's origin and identity, becomes the first obstacle in that trajectory. His removal creates a vacuum, and that vacuum directly affects Vivi's positioning in the world. Without Cobra, Vivi becomes more isolated, more exposed, and more directly observable by the forces operating behind the world government's structure. It also removes a voice that could explain her past in ways that might contradict the controlled narrative the world government has maintained for centuries. And that is where the theory begins to take its most unsettling turn. Cobra's death may not just be about protecting secrets from being exposed to the world, it may also be about protecting a secret from Vivi herself. Because if Vivi is somehow connected to Emu, not just politically but existentially, the knowledge of that connection could fundamentally alter her role in the cycle of inherited wills that governs characters like Joy Boy, Poseidon, and Xebec. Cobra, in this interpretation, becomes not just a king or a father, but a gatekeeper of identity. And his death represents the forced opening of that gate, not to reveal truth, but to ensure that truth remains fragmented and unreachable. And this is where everything converges into a far more layered implication about bloodlines, control, and historical recursion. If Emu's attention and Cobra's death are directly linked, then Vivi is no longer just a passive character caught in geopolitical chaos. She becomes the center of a hidden lineage conflict that predates the current world order. The theory suggests that the royal families of the world are not just political structures, but remnants of a system designed during or after the Void Century to manage inherited wills across generations. In that context, Cobra's death is not just a tragedy, it is a disruption in a controlled lineage chain, a break in the transmission of knowledge that would normally pass from king to heir, from father to daughter, from history to future. And the most important part of that chain is Vivi herself. Without Cobra, Vivi becomes unanchored from her past, making her more susceptible to influence, observation, and potentially activation of whatever deeper role she may carry in the global cycle. If Emu's fixation on Vivi represents recognition of a recurring identity, then Cobra's death represents the removal of the last stabilizing force that could have prevented that identity from resurfacing in its intended form. It creates the conditions for something long dormant to re-emerge without resistance. Which leads to the final, most unsettling interpretation. Cobra did not die simply because he learned the world's truth. He may have died because he stood at the exact intersection between Vivi's present self and her hidden origin. And in a world where inherited will defines fate itself, removing that intersection may not have been about stopping knowledge from spreading, but about ensuring that Vivi's path forward is no longer obstructed by the truth of where she truly comes from, or what she is destined to become in the shadow of Emu's silent, watching will. When you look at Emu's hidden room, you are not just looking at a private space. You are looking at the closest thing the world of One Piece has to a divine control panel, where history is not remembered but actively curated, and where individuals are not simply observed but categorized as if they are parts of a repeating system. The most disturbing element in this chamber is not the throne, not the silence, and not even Emu's presence itself. It is the collection of 4 photographs that appear to represent 4 living or historically active individuals: Luffy, Shirahoshi, Blackbeard, and Vivi. At first glance, it seems like a simple list of threats or targets, but the deeper you analyze the selection, the more impossible it becomes to treat it as a coincidence. These are not random enemies of the world government. They are 4 narrative pillars that represent entirely different forces shaping the world: liberation, ancient weapon inheritance, chaos through ambition, and political balance. Luffy embodies Joy Boy's returning will. Shirahoshi embodies Poseidon's ocean command. Blackbeard embodies Xebec's fractured legacy. And Vivi stands as the most enigmatic inclusion of all, not because she is the strongest, but because she does not fit the same category of power as the others. And yet, she is there. Which forces a question that cannot be ignored. Why is a princess whose strength is rooted in diplomacy and emotional leadership placed alongside living embodiments of mythic destruction, ancient weapons, and historical terror? The answer cannot simply be because she is important. The implication is far more structured than that. It suggests that Emu is not simply identifying threats, but identifying roles. And those roles appear to form a closed system, a kind of cyclical framework where certain wills reappear across generations in different bodies, under different names, but with the same fundamental narrative function in the world. Once you start interpreting the 4 images not as individuals but as archetypes, the structure becomes difficult to unsee. Luffy is not just a pirate. He is the continuation of a liberating force that once existed as Joy Boy, a presence that challenged the world structure during the Void Century and whose will refuses to remain erased. Shirahoshi is not just a mermaid princess. She is Poseidon, a living bridge between humanity and the Sea Kings, representing a natural force that predates the world government itself. Blackbeard is not just a Yonko. He feels like a distortion of inherited will, a vessel carrying fragments of Xebec's ambition, chaos, and unresolved legacy from God Valley. And then there is Vivi, whose placement becomes increasingly strange the more you analyze the system. She does not represent destruction, ancient weapons, or inherited chaos. Instead, she represents unity, political legitimacy, and emotional connection between nations. So why is she grouped with beings that represent world-altering forces? One interpretation is that she is not being categorized by power, but by equivalence of destiny. In other words, each figure in Emu's room is not just a person. They are a manifestation of a repeating role in the world structure. If Joy Boy returns as Luffy, Poseidon returns as Shirahoshi, and Xebec's shadow continues through Blackbeard, then Vivi's inclusion suggests that she too is part of a cycle that extends beyond her current identity, not necessarily as a weapon, but as a counterbalance. a stabilizing force that exists in opposition to Imu's hidden influence, which leads to a far more unsettling possibility. These four are not just individuals Imu is watching. They are four fixed points in a system designed to regulate the world's equilibrium across generations. The most important detail is that Imu is not shown reacting to these figures equally. There is an emotional or narrative weight implied in the way the images are treated, especially Vivi's. That difference suggests that the system Imu is observing is not just about power levels or threats to authority, but about something far more personal and historical: recognition of recurrence. If Luffy represents Joy Boy's return, then Imu's awareness of him is not surprise. It is familiarity. If Shirahoshi represents Poseidon, then her existence is not an anomaly. It is a scheduled reappearance of a known variable. If Blackbeard carries Xebec's legacy, then chaos is not unpredictable. It is inherited. So where does Vivi fit into the structure? She becomes the most controversial piece because she does not match the obvious destructive or mythical categories of the others. Instead, she represents governance, peacekeeping, and emotional resistance to authoritarian control. That raises a terrifying interpretation. Vivi may not be the counterpart to one of these figures, but the counterpart to Imu's own role in the system. If Imu represents hidden control over history, suppression of truth, and manipulation of world structure, then Vivi representing diplomatic unity and emotional transparency could position her as a structural opposition, not in strength, but in function. This would mean the four photos are not just four legends. They are two opposing cycles. Luffy and Shirahoshi representing awakening forces of nature and freedom, Blackbeard representing corrupted inherited chaos, and Vivi representing the possibility of breaking systemic control through unity and truth. Imu, sitting outside this set, becomes the observer of a cycle that constantly regenerates around them, which implies something even more disturbing. Imu is not just watching enemies. Imu is watching replacements. And that is where the theory escalates into something that reframes the entire concept of history in one piece. If these four figures are part of a reincarnating or repeating cycle of wills, then Imu's room is not a gallery of enemies. It is a record of continuity, a confirmation that no matter how many centuries pass, the same fundamental forces re-emerge in different forms to maintain balance or challenge control. Joy Boy returns as Luffy, Poseidon returns as Shirahoshi, Xebec's Chaos returns as Blackbeard, and Vivi, rather than being an outlier, becomes the most mysterious constant in the system, possibly representing a recurring, stabilizing will that always appears when the world reaches a tipping point between oppression and liberation. This transforms Vivi from a political figure into something far more significant, a counterweight embedded in the system itself. And if Imu is aware of this cycle, then the presence of these four images is not passive, it is strategic. It suggests monitoring, classification, and potentially intervention. Because if you know certain wills will always return, then you do not simply fear them, you prepare for their convergence. The real implication is that the world is not progressing randomly through history. It is cycling through predetermined roles that reappear in new forms with new names, but identical structural significance. And Imu, positioned at the center of this hidden framework, is not just a ruler. They are the one entity attempting to manage, suppress, or possibly break the cycle entirely. Which makes the four sacred photos not just evidence of Imu's awareness, but evidence that the entire world of One Piece may be trapped in a repeating system of inherited destinies, where Luffy, Shirahoshi, Blackbeard, and Vivi are not isolated characters at all, but four repeating forces destined to collide again and again until something finally disrupts the pattern permanently. When people talk about Vivi's role in Alabasta, they usually remember her as a princess trying to save her kingdom from collapse. A royal figure caught between rebellion, deception, and the hidden hand of the world government. But if you strip away the political framing and look at one of the most emotionally charged elements of her arc, something strange begins to surface, something that doesn't behave like normal storytelling logic. It's the rain. Not just as weather, not just as environmental relief in a dying desert kingdom, but as a recurring force that seems to respond to Vivi in ways that feel almost unnatural. Alabasta is a land defined by the absence of water, a kingdom slowly suffocating under manipulated drought, where entire populations begin to lose hope because the sky itself refuses to answer their prayers. And yet, every time Vivi is pushed to her emotional limit, every time her desperation becomes fully visible, rain becomes part of her narrative presence, as if the world itself is reacting to her will. It doesn't arrive like a coincidence in the background. It arrives like a response, like something listening. And that is where the theory begins to shift. Because Vivi is not framed like a conventional devil fruit user, nor is she shown to possess any explicit weather manipulation ability. But the story repeatedly surrounds her with rain, as if it is emotionally synchronized with her existence. When she cries for her people, when she pleads for the war to stop, when she risks everything to reach both sides of the conflict, rain becomes more than atmosphere. It becomes punctuation, a signal that something deeper in the world is acknowledging her emotional state. In a story where willpower often manifests physically, this detail refuses to stay symbolic. It starts to feel functional, as if Vivi's presence is not just influencing people, but subtly influencing nature itself in moments of extreme emotional resonance. The most famous element that strengthens this idea is the concept of dance powder, a man-made substance designed to artificially manipulate rainfall. On the surface, it is a political weapon used to redirect weather patterns and control the prosperity of kingdoms. But in the context of Vivi's story, it becomes something far more symbolically dangerous. Because the central conflict of Alabasta is not just rebellion versus tyranny, it is truth versus manipulation of natural order. Crocodile uses dance powder to steal rain from Alabasta and redirect it elsewhere, effectively turning nature into a controllable resource. And Vivi, standing against this system, becomes the emotional embodiment of restoring natural balance. But what makes this even more interesting is how her emotional presence consistently aligns with moments where rain returns or becomes thematically central. It is almost as if her will is constantly positioned in opposition to artificial control over nature itself. This is where the interpretation begins to shift from symbolism into something more speculative. What if Vivi's connection to rain is not a passive storytelling metaphor, but a suppressed trait tied to a deeper system of inherited will within the world? In One Piece, nature is never truly neutral. The sea rejects devil fruit users. Lightning responds to Luffy and Skypiea. Winds shift in the presence of dragon. And voices, like Shirahoshi's, command creatures of the deep. So, when rain repeatedly surrounds Vivi during moments of emotional intensity, it raises a question that cannot be easily dismissed. Is she merely experiencing weather, or is she subtly interacting with it? not through conscious control like a devil fruit ability, but through something closer to resonance. A frequency between human emotion and natural response. If the world of One Piece operates on the idea that willpower can influence reality at extreme scales, then Vivi's rain miracle begins to look less like a coincidence and more like a dormant expression of something larger, something not yet awakened, or perhaps something intentionally restrained by the narrative structure of her role as a royal figure. And once you start comparing Vivi's rain phenomenon to other known forces in the world, the implications become even more unsettling. Luffy's presence during storms and chaotic weather shifts often feels like nature amplifying freedom itself, as if storms mirror his refusal to be constrained. Dragon is literally associated with wind and revolutionary change, often appearing with unnatural storms that seem to follow his movements. Shirahoshi, as Poseidon, does not control rain but commands the oceans and sea kings, showing that ancient weapons are directly tied to natural forces rather than manufactured power. Even Enel's lightning domination on Skypiea reinforces the idea that elements in One Piece are not passive. They are responsive to will when that will reaches a certain threshold of narrative significance. So, where does Vivi fit into this system? She is not a fighter in the traditional sense. She does not command destruction or wield overwhelming force. But rain itself is not a force of destruction in Alabasta. It is life, restoration, and survival. And that is precisely what makes her connection so interesting. Because while others manifest control over extreme and visible forces, Vivi's miracle is subtle, almost gentle, yet emotionally absolute. Rain in Alabasta is not just weather, it is salvation. And if Vivi's emotional state consistently aligns with its return, then she becomes a living narrative anchor for restoration itself. Not control, not domination, but rebalancing. That places her in a category that is rarely acknowledged in discussions about power scaling. Not a destroyer of systems, but a stabilizer of broken ones. And in a world secretly structured around inherited wills, Joy Boy's liberation, Poseidon's command, Xebec's chaos, that kind of stabilizing force may be just as important as any ancient weapon. Because systems do not only collapse from destruction, sometimes they collapse from imbalance. And Vivi, whether intentionally or not, always appears at the center of moments where imbalance begins to correct itself through rain. But the most dangerous interpretation of Vivi's rain connection emerges when you place it into the larger framework of inherited will and hidden historical cycles. If Joy Boy returns through Luffy, if Poseidon re-emerges through Shirahoshi, and if Blackbeard carries fragments of Xebec's legacy, then the world is already structured around repeating manifestations of ancient forces. These forces are not random. They are echoes of something that existed long before the current political order. So the question becomes unavoidable. What does rain represent in that system? Rain is not destruction like fire, nor isolation like ice, nor domination like lightning. Rain is continuity. It is the return of water to land. It is the restoration of cycles. It is the moment when absence becomes presence again. And that symbolism becomes dangerously relevant when applied to Vivi's role. Because unlike the others, she is not associated with an ancient weapon or a destructive legacy. Instead, she's associated with restoration of order, emotional reconciliation, and the prevention of unnecessary war. That makes her functionally different, but symbolically essential. If the world is a system that cycles through chaos, liberation, control, and rebellion, then Vivi may represent the corrective mechanism that prevents those cycles from spiraling into permanent destruction. And if her emotional resonance with rain is part of that mechanism, then her existence is not passive at all. It is structural. Which leads to the final implication. Vivi's rain miracle is not just a poetic detail or emotional storytelling device. It is a hint that she may be connected to a deeper layer of world mechanics where nature itself responds to inherited will in subtle, stabilizing ways. And if that is true, then Vivi is not just a princess who experienced rain during tragedy. She is a character whose presence quietly restores balance in a world that is constantly being pulled toward collapse, a role so subtle that even she may not fully understand it yet, but one that could become absolutely critical when the final cycles of inherited wills begin to converge. The Wano flooding theory starts from a question that sounds almost absurd at first, but becomes increasingly difficult to dismiss once you begin aligning the strange environmental inconsistencies scattered across the world of One Piece. What if the oceans themselves are not static? What if the sea is not just a natural boundary separating islands, but a controlled system that can be redistributed, raised, or lowered on a scale far beyond what any known civilization could achieve? Wano country, in its isolation, already exists behind unnatural geography, a closed nation sealed by waterfalls, mountain walls, and oceanic barriers that feel deliberately engineered rather than naturally formed. It is a country that literally sits above cascading water systems, surrounded by seas that behave more like gates than geography. So when theories begin to suggest that Wano may have experienced abnormal flooding or water displacement tied to unseen forces, it doesn't feel like random speculation. It feels like a hidden extension of how the world itself might be structured, especially when you consider Imu, the figure sitting at the top of global authority, whose influence extends not just across politics and history, but potentially across environmental equilibrium itself. If the world government has access to ancient technology, lineage factor manipulation, and possibly even remnants of void century science, then the idea of controlling water on a continental scale stops sounding like fantasy and starts sounding like a logical evolution of suppressed knowledge. And once that possibility is introduced, Wano is no longer just an isolated country. It becomes a potential experiment site for global-level environmental manipulation. To understand why Wano becomes central to this theory, you have to look at its structural design in relation to water. Unlike most islands in the One Piece world, Wano is not simply surrounded by ocean. It is elevated, segmented, and protected by natural waterfalls that act like barriers between regions and external seas. Water does not simply sit around Wano. It moves around it in layers, almost like a system that is being contained. This creates a natural question. What happens if that containment is disrupted or artificially adjusted? If even a small shift in global sea level occurred, Wano would not just be affected, it would be transformed. And this is where the speculation of Imu's involvement becomes more than just narrative imagination. Imu is consistently associated with the highest level of hidden authority, someone who has the ability not just to command people, but to erase islands from maps entirely, as seen with Lulusia. If an entire island can be eliminated from existence, then the leap to environmental manipulation, especially something as fundamental as water, does not feel impossible within this world's logic. Instead, it feels like the next escalation of control. And if Wano experienced sudden flooding or abnormal water shifts in certain timelines or interpretations of events, then the implication is not simply a natural disaster. It becomes a controlled redistribution of ocean mass, potentially as part of a larger system designed to reshape geography, erase history, or restrict access to specific regions tied to ancient secrets. Wano is not just land. It is a sealed archive of history, poneglyphs, and ancient weapons lore. So manipulating its environment would be equivalent to manipulating access to forbidden knowledge itself. Once you extend this idea globally, the theory becomes even more unsettling. The one-piece world is built on islands separated by vast oceans, with travel and connection deliberately difficult. The Red Line, Calm Belts, and Grand Line already suggest that the world is segmented in unnatural ways. If Emu or the world government possess the ability to relocate ocean mass, even slightly, then they would effectively hold the power to reshape global navigation, isolate entire civilizations, or flood specific regions selectively. This reframes water not as a passive environment, but as a strategic infrastructure. And in that context, Wano becomes a critical pressure point, because it is one of the few countries that resisted complete world government control for centuries, preserving its own governance under isolation, protected by geography that itself feels artificially reinforced. If flooding or water displacement occurred there, it could be interpreted as a method of containment or suppression, either to prevent Wano from emerging as a global player or to protect something within it that must remain sealed. The idea that Emu could relocate ocean mass is not just about physical movement of water. It is about information control, access control, and historical containment. Flooding becomes a method of rewriting geography. Raising sea levels in one area while lowering them in another could be used to erase islands, isolate civilizations, or even uncover buried structures from the void century. And if Wano is connected to ancient weapons, especially Pluton, then manipulating its environment would be strategically essential for any entity trying to control the final historical narrative of the world. But the most important layer of the Wano flooding theory is not just the mechanics of water manipulation. It is the implication that the sea itself may be part of a larger system tied to inherited will and ancient technology. Throughout the series, water is never neutral. It is the ultimate weakness of devil fruit users. It reacts violently to imbalance, and it plays a direct role in ancient weapon systems like Poseidon, which commands sea kings. If Poseidon represents communication with the ocean's deeper consciousness, then it is not unreasonable to speculate that the ocean itself may have layers of responsiveness or structure that go beyond natural science. In that case, relocating ocean mass would not simply be physical engineering, it would be interference with a global system that is partially living, partially mechanical, and partially historical. Wano, sitting at the intersection of isolation and ancient history, becomes the perfect candidate for such interference. Flooding it could be symbolic of suppressing a rising truth or redistributing environmental equilibrium to prevent the emergence of something buried beneath it. And when you place Emu into this framework, the theory takes on its most disturbing form. Emu is not just controlling governments or eliminating islands. They may be maintaining global balance through active manipulation of sea levels, ensuring that certain regions remain inaccessible while others remain stable. That would make the world itself a controlled map, not a natural one. And Wano's unusual geography, combined with its historical importance, suggests it could be one of the key control points in that system. Ultimately, the Wano flooding theory reframes the entire concept of geography in One Piece. It suggests that oceans are not static barriers, but adjustable mechanisms. That islands are not fixed land masses, but variables within a controlled global system, and that figures like Imu may possess the ability to influence not just politics or history, but the physical structure of the world itself. Wano becomes more than just a country. It becomes evidence of manipulation, a place where water, land, and history intersect in ways that feel too precise to be accidental. And if ocean mass can truly be relocated across continents, then the implications extend far beyond Wano. It means the world is not simply being governed, it is being engineered. Carefully, selectively, and invisibly. Which leads to the final unsettling realization. If flooding can be controlled, then history can be controlled. If oceans can be moved, then borders can be rewritten. And if Imu is truly behind such actions, then the greatest secret in the world of One Piece may not be hidden on land or in ancient texts, but written in the sea itself, constantly shifting, constantly obeying, and silently reshaping the world without anyone realizing that the ground beneath their feet has already been decided by forces that operate far above kings, pirates, and even the idea of freedom itself. The Wednesday theory surrounding Vivi begins with something that seems almost too simple to matter. Her full name, Nefertari Vivi, and the subtle cultural layering of Wednesday that appears in her alias during her time in Baroque works, Miss Wednesday. At first glance, it looks like a playful codename system used by the organization, where agents are named after days of the week and paired with numerical or symbolic titles. But in One Piece, nothing tied to naming conventions stays purely decorative for long. Names often carry thematic weight, foreshadowing, or deeper mythological resonance that only becomes visible when you zoom out far enough. And when you connect Wednesday to its linguistic and mythological origins, the interpretation begins to shift into something far more deliberate. The name Wednesday comes from Woden's Day, derived from the Old English and Germanic deity Woden, more commonly known as Odin in Norse mythology, the god associated with wisdom, sacrifice, prophecy, and hidden knowledge. Odin is not just a god of war or leadership. He is a seeker of forbidden understanding, a figure who sacrifices his own eye to gain insight into the deeper truths of existence. This immediately reframes Vivi's codename from a simple disguise into something symbolically loaded. Because if Vivi is Wednesday, then on a mythological level she is being linked to a divine archetype of wisdom obtained through suffering, truth hidden beneath surface appearances, and destiny tied to knowledge that comes at a personal cost. And in the world of One Piece, where inherited will and mythological parallels are deeply embedded into character design, that kind of naming is rarely accidental. It becomes a signal that Vivi is not just a political figure infiltrating an organization. She is a character aligned, even unknowingly, with a larger mythic structure that predates her own awareness. Once you expand this idea, the contrast between Vivi's role and the Odin archetype becomes even more intriguing. Odin in mythology is not a passive figure. He is constantly moving toward revelation, even if it requires sacrifice, deception, or crossing moral boundaries. He seeks knowledge of fate itself, even when that knowledge leads to inevitable destruction. Vivi, on the other hand, begins her journey as a princess trying to save her kingdom through diplomacy and empathy rather than force. But when she enters the Baroque Works arc under the identity of Miss Wednesday, she is forced into a dual existence, one where she must disguise herself, gather information, and operate within hidden systems of power she does not fully understand. This duality mirrors the mythological concept of Odin walking between worlds, disguising himself to gain insight into realms beyond ordinary perception. Vivi, in this framing, becomes a character who unknowingly participates in a symbolic descent into hidden truth. She is not just fighting crocodiles' political manipulation. She is navigating layers of deception that mirror the deeper structure of the One Piece world itself. And the fact that her code name is tied to Wednesday, a day associated with Odin, suggests that her narrative role is not just about Alabasta. It is about knowledge acquisition under pressure, emotional sacrifice for truth, and the burden of understanding systems that are intentionally hidden from the world. In that sense, Vivi is not simply a princess in disguise. She becomes a mythological echo of a seeker figure, someone positioned to uncover truths that even kings are not meant to see.
But the theory becomes more intense when you consider how Wednesday fits into the broader symbolic naming structure of Baroque works. The organization assigns code names based on days of the week, paired with numerical identities, creating a system that reduces individuals into controllable units. However, Vivi stands out even within this system because she is paired with Tuesday, Miss Wednesday being paired with Mr. Nine's structure, which already disrupts the clean hierarchy of naming conventions. More importantly, she is the only major infiltrator who later reclaims her identity as a royal figure of global importance. This dual naming, Vivi and Wednesday, creates a symbolic split identity that reflects a deeper narrative tension between hidden knowledge and inherited authority. If Wednesday represents the mythological layer of Odin, then Vivi represents the human vessel navigating between truth and duty. Odin sacrificed his eye for wisdom. Vivi sacrifices her anonymity, safety, and emotional stability to protect her kingdom. That parallel becomes even more significant when you consider how One Piece consistently uses symbolic dualities: light and darkness, freedom and control, truth and illusion. Vivi's Wednesday identity places her directly in the middle of this duality system, suggesting that she is not just participating in the story's political conflicts, but embodying one of its core thematic archetypes. And if mythological naming in One Piece often foreshadows hidden destiny, like sun god Nika or Poseidon, then Vivi's connection to Odin/Woden through Wednesday begins to feel less like a coincidence and more like narrative encoding. The most speculative and unsettling layer of the Wednesday theory emerges when you connect it back to Vivi's broader role in the world's hidden structure. Odin is not just a god of wisdom. He is also a figure associated with prophecy, fate manipulation, and the pursuit of hidden cosmic order. In some interpretations, Odin is constantly attempting to understand Ragnarok before it happens, trying to grasp the structure of inevitable world cycles. If you map that onto One Piece, Vivi's position starts to resemble someone who is constantly surrounded by events she does not fully control but is deeply entangled in. She is present at the collapse of Crocodile's regime. She is tied to the reverie where hidden truths about the world government surface, and she is indirectly connected to Imu's hidden observation,
and the larger reincarnation theories surrounding Joy Boy, Shirahoshi, and Blackbeard. In this framework, Vivi is not just a participant in history, she is a witness to structural cycles that repeat across generations. The Wednesday identity becomes symbolic of someone positioned between worlds, between royalty and rebellion, between truth and deception, between ignorance and forbidden knowledge. And if Odin's mythological role is to understand fate even at the cost of suffering, then Vivi's narrative trajectory mirrors a character slowly being drawn toward understanding a world that was never meant to be fully revealed to her. This raises a disturbing implication. Her suffering, her political entanglements, and her exposure to global secrets may not be random developments, but structural necessities within a larger cycle of hidden knowledge awakening across select individuals. Ultimately, the divine naming of Vivi as Wednesday transforms what initially appears to be a minor alias into a potential mythological anchor point within the One Piece narrative. It suggests that Vivi is not simply defined by her role as a princess or political mediator, but by a deeper symbolic identity tied to wisdom, sacrifice, and the pursuit of truth hidden beneath layers of controlled history. When combined with Odin/Woden mythology, her codename becomes a thematic marker that aligns her with figures who operate between worlds, who seek understanding beyond imposed limitations, and who carry the burden of knowledge that reshapes their destiny. And in the context of broader theories involving Imu, reincarnated wills, and hidden cycles of history, Vivi's Wednesday identity begins to feel like more than symbolism. It becomes a clue that she is positioned within a system where certain individuals are repeatedly drawn toward truth, whether they are prepared for it or not. Which leads to the final implication. Vivi may not just be a princess who once used a codename in disguise. She may be a recurring narrative figure designed to uncover what others are meant to forget. Standing at the intersection of myth and history, carrying a name that quietly suggests she was never meant to remain in the shadows of the story forever. When you start examining Vivi and Imu side by side, the first thing that stands out isn't strength, influence, or even political status. It's emotional contrast expressed through control. Vivi represents leadership that is visible, human, and emotionally transparent. Imu represents leadership that is hidden, absolute, and emotionally unreadable. At first glance, this looks like a simple opposition between good ruler and shadow ruler. But the deeper you go, the more it stops feeling like a standard hero-villain dynamic and starts resembling something closer to a mirror system. Vivi leads through empathy, dialogue, and direct emotional connection with her people. Imu leads through silence, erasure, and absence of emotional visibility altogether. And yet, both exist at the highest conceptual layer of authority in the One Piece world. One as a princess destined to protect her kingdom through presence, the other as an unseen sovereign whose existence itself reshapes history without acknowledgement. This duality is not random. It feels structured, almost deliberately designed to reflect two extremes of what leadership can become when filtered through different relationships to power and emotion. Vivi's authority is grounded in being seen and understood by others, while Imu's authority is grounded in being unknown and unchallenged by anyone. That alone creates a philosophical mirror. One ruler defines power through connection, the other defines power through separation. And in a world where inherited will shapes destiny, that contrast begins to feel less like a narrative choice and more like systemic opposition between two recurring forces that may represent different expressions of the same foundational concept. The most important part of this mirror dynamic emerges when you analyze how both characters are framed emotionally, especially through visual storytelling. Vivi's emotional expression is consistently amplified through her eyes, wide, open, and often filled with visible conflict, pain, determination, or hope. Her eyes are not just expressive, they are communicative tools that reveal her internal struggle as she navigates leadership responsibilities she never fully asked for, but continues to shoulder out of loyalty and compassion. Emu, on the other hand, is defined almost entirely by the absence of visible emotional expression. Even when Emu is present on screen, their face is obscured, hidden, or deliberately de-emphasized, with focus placed on silhouette, posture, or symbolic actions rather than direct emotional cues. This creates an intentional imbalance. Vivi is overexposed emotionally, while Emu is underexposed to the point of near total emotional invisibility. But when you place these two extremes next to each other, something strange happens. They begin to function like complementary halves of a single emotional spectrum. Vivi represents emotion that is externalized and readable, while Emu represents emotion that is internalized to the point of erasure. This contrast raises a deeper interpretive question. Is Emu emotionless, or is Emu's emotion simply inaccessible? And if Vivi is constantly portrayed as someone whose feelings directly influence the world around her, whether through political inspiration, moral influence, or even symbolic rain phenomena, then Emu's lack of emotional visibility may not represent the absence of feeling, but absolute containment of it. In that sense, Vivi becomes the open system, while Emu becomes the sealed system, both operating as rulers but through completely opposite emotional architectures. When you extend this comparison into leadership style and control mechanisms, the mirror becomes even more structurally significant. Vivi's leadership is rooted in consensus, empathy, and the willingness to physically place herself within conflict zones in order to understand both sides of an issue. She does not rule by fear or invisibility. She rules by presence and emotional accountability. Her authority is constantly tested by the vulnerability of being known, judged, and emotionally affected by her people's suffering. Emu, however, represents the opposite extreme. Authority without exposure. A ruler who does not need to justify decisions publicly, who does not engage in visible discourse with their subjects, and who operates entirely through proxy systems like the Five Elders and global institutions that enforce their will without revealing its source. This creates a paradox where Vivi is constantly exposed to the emotional consequences of leadership, while Emu is entirely insulated from them. But paradoxically, both maintain control over large populations. Vivi over a kingdom through emotional trust, Emu over the world through structural invisibility. This suggests that one piece may be presenting two competing philosophies of governance, one based on emotional transparency and relational trust, and another based on informational control and historical erasure. And if these two figures are structurally mirrored, then their opposition is not just political, it is conceptual. Vivi embodies leadership that must endure emotional cost in order to maintain legitimacy. Emu embodies leadership that avoids emotional cost by removing itself from visibility entirely. Yet both systems are effective, which implies a deeper question embedded in the narrative. Is true authority defined by connection or by detachment? The most unsettling implication of the Vivi versus Emu mirror theory emerges when you consider inherited will and identity continuity. Vivi is often interpreted as a stabilizing force within the political chaos of the One Piece world, a character who consistently seeks peace, unity, and restoration of balance between nations. Emu, on the other hand, represents the preservation of control through suppression of historical truth and elimination of destabilizing information. At first, this looks like moral opposition, but when viewed through the lens of inherited will cycles discussed across Joy Boy, Shirahoshi, Blackbeard, and Xebec theories, a more complex structure emerges. Vivi and Emu may not simply be opposites. They may be reflections of the same underlying role expressed through different outcomes of history. One version becomes the visible protector of nations. The other becomes the invisible controller of the world. Both are tied to leadership, both are tied to emotional influence, and both are tied to systems that determine how societies function under pressure. The difference is not whether they lead, but how their leadership interacts with visibility, memory, and emotional accessibility. If Emu represents authority that survives by being forgotten, and Vivi represents authority that survives by being remembered, then their relationship becomes existential rather than political. They are two survival strategies of leadership in a world built on erased history. And when you factor in the recurring theme of eyes as emotional gateways in One Piece, Vivi's expressive gaze versus Emu's concealed presence becomes even more symbolic. One sees and is seen, the other sees without being seen in return. That asymmetry creates a psychological imbalance that feels intentional, as if the narrative itself is asking whether a ruler must sacrifice visibility to maintain control, or sacrifice control to remain human. Ultimately, the Vivi versus Emu mirror of emotion and will is not just about two characters occupying different ends of a power hierarchy. It is about two fundamentally different interpretations of what it means to guide the world. Vivi represents leadership that suffers, feels, and remains emotionally accessible, even when it weakens her position. Emu represents leadership that removes itself from emotional exposure entirely, achieving dominance through silence, distance, and historical invisibility. Yet both exist at the center of world-shaping influence, suggesting that One Piece is not presenting a simple moral divide, but a structural duality embedded in the fabric of its world. And if these two figures are truly mirrors, then the most important question is not which one is stronger, or more righteous, or more justified, but whether they are two halves of a single broken system of authority that was split during the Void Century. A system where one half learned to rule through emotional connection with the world, and the other learned to rule by erasing itself from it. Which leads to the final unsettling idea. If Vivi and Emu are mirrors of emotion and will, then their eventual confrontation, direct or indirect, may not be a battle between good and evil, but a collision between two incompatible definitions of leadership itself, both rooted in the same ancient origin, both shaped by the same forgotten history, and both potentially destined to determine whether the world continues to be ruled through memory and emotion, or through silence and control. The Perennial Youth Surgery theory begins with one of the most mysterious concepts ever introduced in One Piece. The idea that immortality is not just a myth, but a medical possibility hidden within the darkest layers of the world government's secrets. The Perennial Youth Operation, performed by the Op fruit, is already established as a technique capable of granting eternal life at the cost of the user's own existence. This single detail opens a door that the series has never fully closed, because it implies that someone in the history of the world, possibly even someone at the very top, could have undergone such a procedure. When you apply this concept to Imu, the ruler sitting above the five elders and controlling global history from the shadows, the implications become far more than biological. They become existential. Imu is already framed as someone who exists outside normal historical records, someone whose presence is erased, hidden, or deliberately obscured from the world's understanding. That kind of narrative positioning naturally invites questions about origin. How does someone become so removed from history while still actively shaping it? The Perennial Youth Surgery provides a potential answer that is both elegant and deeply unsettling. It suggests that Imu may not simply be an ancient survivor, but a being who intentionally abandoned their original self in exchange for permanence. And if immortality was achieved through such a sacrifice, then the self that was given up would not disappear. It would have to go somewhere within the logic of inherited will that governs the One Piece world. And that is where Vivi enters the theory, not as a random descendant or political figure, but as a possible vessel of displaced identity. To understand how this connection forms, you have to consider how One Piece consistently treats will, lineage factor, and identity as transferable forces. Devil fruits carry will. Ancient weapons awaken through chosen individuals. Even memories, emotions, and ideologies persist beyond death, shaping new generations in ways that feel almost deterministic. If the Perennial Youth Operation requires the sacrifice of one's self, then that self cannot simply vanish. It must become part of the world's metaphysical structure. In a universe where willpower is a tangible force, it is not unreasonable to interpret self as something that can fragment, disperse, or reattach itself to new hosts. If Imu underwent this surgery to achieve immortality, then the original identity, what we might call Imu's human core, emotional essence, or original will, would have been severed from the physical body that now rules from the shadows. That severed fragment would need a new anchor in the world. And in this theory, Vivi becomes that anchor. Not because she consciously carries Imu's identity, but because she unconsciously embodies a displaced fragment of it. This reframes Vivi's entire narrative presence. Her compassion, her leadership instincts, her emotional intelligence, and her repeated positioning at the center of global political crises are no longer just traits of a well-written princess character. They become echoes of a deeper origin point, a leftover imprint of a consciousness that once belonged to someone who now sits above the world itself. In this interpretation, Vivi is not merely a royal figure reacting to history. She is history reacting back, carrying a fragment of a being who once decided that eternal rule was worth the cost of losing oneself entirely. When you extend this idea further, the contrast between Imu and Vivi becomes even more structurally significant. Imu represents absolute detachment, silence, and erasure. Someone who exists without identity in the public world, whose existence is defined by absence. Vivi represents the opposite: emotional presence, visible identity, and constant engagement with the suffering and needs of others. Yet paradoxically, both are tied to leadership on a global scale. This creates a disturbing symmetry. If Emu sacrificed selfhood for immortality, becoming a ruler without a face, then Vivi may represent the remainder of that sacrificed self, attempting to manifest within the world in a fragmented, humanized form. That would explain why Vivi consistently feels out of place in global conspiracies that otherwise revolve around destruction, ancient weapons, and inherited chaos. She is not aligned with those forces naturally. She is adjacent to them, constantly pulled into proximity with events that exceed her apparent narrative role. Under this theory, that pull is not a coincidence, but gravitational inheritance. A fragment of Emu's original will-seeking equilibrium by attaching itself to a vessel that still experiences emotion, morality, and human connection. This would also explain why Vivi's role is often centered on reconciliation rather than domination. She does not conquer, erase, or destroy. She restores, negotiates, and stabilizes. If Emu represents a will that has been stripped of humanity in exchange for permanence, then Vivi represents that same will attempting to re-express humanity through emotional connection. One is a frozen apex of control, the other is a living echo of what that control cost. The most compelling layer of the perennial youth surgery theory emerges when you consider how fragmentation of identity might interact with the broader system of reincarnated wills already present in the series. Joy Boy's will reappears in Luffy. Poseidon's power awakens in Shirahoshi. Xebec's chaotic legacy persists through Blackbeard. These are not just thematic parallels, they are structural recurrences of identity across time. If those wills can survive death and remanifest through chosen individuals, then it is not far-fetched to consider that Emu's original self could have undergone a similar process, but through artificial means rather than natural inheritance. The perennial youth surgery would not just preserve life, it would distort identity continuity. Instead of one coherent being persisting through time, the result could be a split existence. One body maintaining control and immortality, and another fragment dispersing into the world's human systems, embedding itself in bloodlines, emotional structures, and political identities. Vivi, as a princess from one of the founding allied kingdoms of the world government, becomes a logical anchor point for such a fragment. Her royal lineage, her proximity to global politics, and her repeated exposure to world-altering events position her as a convergence node where inherited will and political destiny intersect. In this interpretation, Vivi is not simply connected to Emu. She is structurally entangled with the consequences of Emu's transformation into something beyond humanity. She becomes the emotional remainder of a being who chose immortality at the cost of fragmentation, carrying qualities that Emu itself can no longer express. Compassion, doubt, empathy, and moral hesitation, traits that are absent in Emu's depiction, become reintroduced into the world through Vivi's existence, which leads to a paradox. Emu rules without emotion, but Vivi expresses emotion without knowing its origin, suggesting that the system did not eliminate humanity entirely, it redistributed it. Ultimately, the perennial youth surgery theory reframes the relationship between Emu and Vivi as something far more intimate and disturbing than simple opposition. It suggests that immortality in the one-piece world may not preserve identity intact, but fracture it across time, space, and bloodlines. Emu becomes the hollow apex of power, an eternal ruler stripped of original selfhood, while Vivi becomes the living residue of what that self once was. Their connection is not one of enemies, but of origin and remainder,
control and consequence, absence and echo. This transforms Vivi's role from a politically significant princess into something far more existential, a potential key to understanding what was lost when immortality was achieved. If Vivi truly carries fragments of Imu's original will, then every moment of her compassion, every decision rooted in empathy, and every act of leadership grounded in human connection becomes a contradiction to Imu's current existence. And that contradiction may be exactly why Vivi is so important within the larger hidden structure of the world. She is not just being observed, targeted, or protected. She may be the only remaining expression of humanity that once belonged to the entity that now sits at the top of the world. Which leads to the final unsettling implication. If Imu ever seeks to reclaim what was lost in exchange for immortality, then Vivi may not just be a distant descendant or political anomaly. She may be the last accessible fragment of a self that was deliberately sacrificed to create the most powerful being in history, and the only remaining bridge between absolute control and the humanity it erased to achieve it. The reincarnation system. Theory of the One Piece world begins with a radical idea that completely reshapes how history, identity, and power might actually function beneath the surface of the narrative. What if the most important figures in the world are not unique individuals at all, but recurring manifestations of fixed wills that reappear across time in different bodies? At first, One Piece presents its legends as isolated historical giants. Joy Boy as a mysterious figure from the Void Century, Poseidon as a singular ancient weapon, Xebec as a terrifying pirate erased from history, and Imu as an unseen ruler sitting above the world itself. But when you start layering their narrative roles together, a pattern emerges that feels too structured to ignore. Each of these figures represents not just power, but a specific type of will. Joy Boy embodies liberation and promise. Poseidon embodies control over the sea and ancient nature. Xebec embodies chaotic ambition that defies global order. And Imu embodies absolute authority through hidden control and historical erasure. These are not just characters. They are conceptual forces that define how the world evolves. And if those forces are recurring rather than singular, then the entire history of One Piece stops being linear and becomes cyclical. In that cycle, individuals are not born into roles randomly. They are placed into inherited narrative positions that remanifest whenever the world reaches a certain threshold of imbalance. This transforms the story from a history of people into a history of repeating forces wearing different faces. And once you accept that premise, the idea that Joy Boy becomes Luffy, Poseidon becomes Shirahoshi, Xebec becomes Blackbeard, and Imu becomes Vivi, stops feeling like fan speculation and starts feeling like structural mapping of a hidden system. The Joy Boy to Luffy connection is already heavily implied within the narrative itself, with Luffy awakening powers tied to liberation, laughter, and freedom under the mythic identity of Nika. Luffy does not simply resemble Joy Boy in ideology. He functions like a continuation of that will, constantly disrupting oppressive systems and inspiring mass change wherever he goes. Shirahoshi as Poseidon is more direct, as her ability to communicate with Sea Kings places her within an ancient system of oceanic authority that predates the current world order entirely. Blackbeard as Xebec is more fragmented but equally compelling, representing a distorted inheritance of ambition, destruction, and fractured legacy from the God Valley era, where truth itself was rewritten. These three connections already establish a precedent. Inherited wills in One Piece are not abstract philosophy. They are functional narrative mechanics.
They manifest in individuals who are not fully aware of the larger roles they are fulfilling. But the most controversial and destabilizing part of the system is the inclusion of Imu and Vivi. Imu, as the hidden ruler of the world, represents a will that has achieved absolute control through erasure, secrecy, and suppression of history itself. Vivi, on the other hand, represents emotional leadership, diplomacy, and restoration of broken systems through empathy rather than force. At first glance, they seem completely opposite. But within a reincarnation framework, opposition is not disqualification. It is symmetry. If Joy Boy and Luffy represent liberation across time, then Imu and Vivi may represent control across time. Not identical expressions, but mirrored functions of authority. Imu governs through invisibility and fear of knowledge, while Vivi governs through visibility and emotional transparency. This creates a system where reincarnation is not just about repeating identity, but repeating structural roles in different moral or emotional configurations. What makes this theory even more compelling is how it reframes Vivi's entire narrative presence throughout the story. Vivi is not a warrior, not an ancient weapon, and not a figure of overwhelming destructive capability. Yet she consistently appears at the center of world-shifting events: the Baroque Works conspiracy, the Alabasta Civil War, the Reverie, and now the hidden attention of Imu itself. In a typical power-scaling interpretation, this would make no sense. She does not possess the raw strength of Luffy, the mythical connection of Shirahoshi, or the historical darkness surrounding Blackbeard. But in a reincarnation system, power is not the only metric of significance. Function within the cycle matters more than force. Vivi's function is stabilization. She represents the attempt to repair fractured systems through human connection rather than domination. If Imu represents control without visibility, then Vivi represents visibility without absolute control. That structural contrast suggests they are not random opposites, but two expressions of the same underlying authority principle that has split across time. Imu is what happens when control becomes absolute and detached from humanity. Vivi is what happens when leadership remains human and exposed to emotional consequence. This creates a disturbing possibility. Vivi is not just a counterforce to Imu. She may be the emotional continuation of the same original system that produced Imu in the first place. In other words, where Joy Boy and Luffy represent a direct inheritance of will, Imu and Vivi may represent a fractured inheritance of authority, split into two incompatible expressions that can no longer coexist in a single identity. The most unsettling implication of the reincarnation system emerges when you consider how incomplete each manifestation appears to be. Luffy does not fully understand Joy Boy's past. Shirahoshi does not fully control Poseidon's legacy. Blackbeard does not fully embody Xebec's original intent. And Vivi does not fully understand the weight of the political and emotional role she is continuously placed into. This incompleteness suggests that reincarnation in One Piece is not a perfect transfer of identity, but a fragmented reconstruction of will through different vessels. If that is true, then Imu and Vivi together may represent an even deeper fragmentation, one where authority itself was split into two incompatible modes: absolute concealment and absolute emotional transparency. Imu maintains the world by erasing knowledge, controlling history, and eliminating threats before they can fully emerge. Vivi maintains balance by preserving relationships, mediating conflict, and attempting to prevent collapse through understanding rather than suppression. Both are systems of governance, but one is built on absence and fear, while the other is built on presence and empathy. If both originate from a shared ancestral role within the reincarnation system, then Vivi is not simply a political anomaly. She is a necessary corrective mechanism within the structure Emu represents. That means their eventual narrative convergence is not just possible, but structurally inevitable. Because in a system of recurring wills, opposing fragments are always drawn back toward each other, not necessarily to merge, but to resolve the imbalance created by their separation. Ultimately, the reincarnation system theory suggests that the one-piece world is not driven by isolated historical figures, but by recurring archetypes that continuously reshape themselves across generations. Joy Boy, Poseidon, Xebec, and Emu are not just legends of the past. They are repeating forces that re-emerge in new forms whenever the world reaches critical instability. Luffy, Shirahoshi, Blackbeard, and Vivi are not random protagonists within that world. They are current expressions of those same forces, carrying forward fragments of wills that were never fully erased. And within that structure, Vivi's role becomes one of the most important and misunderstood elements in the entire system. She is not defined by combat power or ancient lineage alone, but by her position within the cycle of authority itself. If Emu represents the apex of hidden control, then Vivi may represent the most humanized continuation of that same authority principle. Stripped of secrecy, stripped of domination, and expressed through emotional leadership instead, which leads to the final implication. If these reincarnation patterns are real within the narrative structure of One Piece, then the world is not progressing toward a simple final battle between pirates and government. It is moving toward a convergence of repeating wills, where each archetype, liberation, control, chaos, and balance, must eventually confront the version of itself that has been fractured across time. And in that convergence, Vivi's role is not secondary. She is not just a supporting figure in a larger war. She is one of the core expressions of a system that has been repeating since the Void Century, carrying within her the possibility that the world's final resolution will not come from destruction or conquest, but from the moment when fractured authority finally recognizes itself across every timeline it has ever been split into. Cipher Pol beginning to crack is not just a background detail in the world government's intelligence system. It is the first visible symptom of something much larger breaking underneath the surface of global control. For centuries, Cipher Pol has functioned as the invisible nervous system of the world government, operating in silence, erasing threats, manipulating information, and ensuring that knowledge never spreads beyond what the regime allows. It is supposed to be absolute in its loyalty, surgically precise in its execution, and emotionally non-existent in its judgment. But once cracks begin to appear in such a system, those cracks are never isolated. They are structural indicators of collapse. The first signs are subtle. Agents questioning orders, missions failing without explanation, communication breakdowns between divisions, and unusual hesitation in individuals who were trained to eliminate doubt entirely. In a system built on conditioning and obedience, hesitation is not a weakness. It is a rupture in programming. And once that rupture begins, it spreads. Because Cipher Pol is not just a military intelligence agency, it is a psychological machine designed to erase individuality. So when individuality starts re-emerging, even slightly, it means the foundation of control is no longer functioning as intended. This is where the idea of collapse begins, not with open rebellion,
but with internal contradiction. The system that was designed to enforce absolute silence is beginning to generate noise from within. As this instability expands, it becomes clear that Cipher Pol was never truly unified. It was only held together by layers of forced loyalty, hidden trauma, and suppressed identity. Many agents were taken as children, separated from normal life, and reshaped into tools of the government. Their identities were overwritten, their emotions redirected into obedience, and their sense of morality replaced with mission-based logic. But suppression is not the same as elimination. Over time, fragments of original identity begin to resurface. Doubts appear in moments of high stress. Emotional responses trigger at the worst possible times. Even success in missions no longer guarantees ideological certainty. And this is where internal contradictions begin to form. Agents who begin to question whether the world government is truly just, or whether they are simply instruments of erasure disguised as protectors of order. Once that question appears, the entire system becomes unstable. Because Cipher Pol does not have a mechanism for philosophical doubt. It only has enforcement protocols. This is why even small deviations become catastrophic over time. A single agent hesitating in the field can lead to mission failure. A single act of disobedience can expose entire networks. And when multiple agents begin to experience similar internal fractures simultaneously, it suggests that the issue is not individual, it is systemic. Something in the foundation of Cipher Pol's control structure is failing. And when that happens in a world governed by secrecy, the collapse does not begin loudly. It begins quietly, in conversations that were never supposed to happen, in decisions that deviate slightly from protocol, and in emotional responses that were supposed to be erased long ago. The most dangerous aspect of Cipher Pol's instability is that it connects directly to the larger structure of world control, meaning its collapse is not isolated. It is symptomatic of broader fractures within the world government itself. Cipher Pol is not an independent entity. It is an extension of the same system that includes the Five Elders, the Marines, and ultimately, Emu's hidden authority. If Cipher Pol begins to fail, it suggests that the layers beneath it are also under strain. This is where the theory expands beyond simple organizational failure and enters something more existential. The idea that the entire world order is maintained through interconnected systems of control, and if one system begins to break, the others must compensate or risk collapse themselves. Cipher Pol agents questioning orders is not just an intelligence problem. It is a signal that the illusion of absolute control is weakening. Once agents who were trained to suppress truth begin encountering truths they cannot fully erase from their perception, the system loses its most important weapon, unquestioning execution. This is especially dangerous in a world where knowledge itself is treated as a threat. Because Cipher Pol is not just tasked with eliminating enemies, it is tasked with eliminating information. And information, once partially seen, cannot be fully unseen. That means every exposure, every contradiction, every moment of doubt leaves a residue. Over time, those residues accumulate into instability. And instability in a system designed for absolute control does not lead to adaptation. It leads to fragmentation. As Cipher Pol continues to fracture internally, it also begins to reveal something even more unsettling. The possibility that its loyalty was never as absolute as it appeared, but artificially maintained through mechanisms of psychological conditioning that are now losing effectiveness. This raises the question of what happens when agents begin to fully recover fragments of their original identity. Do they continue obeying orders? Do they resist?
Or do they begin to reinterpret their role within a system that no longer feels absolute? This is where the collapse becomes ideological rather than structural. Because Cipher Pol agents are not just soldiers, they are erased individuals operating under imposed identity frameworks. When that framework weakens, they are forced to confront the reality of their existence, whether they are protectors of global order or instruments of suppression disguised as justice. And once that question becomes widespread, the system can no longer rely on uniformity of action. Different agents begin to interpret their missions differently. Some continue obeying out of habit, some hesitate, some begin quietly resisting, and others begin actively sabotaging operations from within. At that point, Cipher Pol stops being a unified intelligence force and becomes a fragmented network of conflicting wills operating under the same name. Which is the first stage of institutional collapse in any system built on absolute obedience. Ultimately, Cipher Pol beginning to crack represents more than just instability within a secret organization. It represents the first visible failure of a global control system that has relied on suppression of truth for centuries. When an intelligence structure designed to erase knowledge begins generating contradictions internally, it means the foundation of control is no longer stable. The cracks that appear in Cipher Pol are not just operational failures. They are reflections of deeper systemic decay within the world government's architecture of secrecy. And as those cracks widen, they inevitably begin to affect everything connected to it, from enforcement agencies to historical narratives to the hidden authority above it all. Because in a world built on controlling what people are allowed to know, the most dangerous development is not external rebellion, it is internal awakening. Cipher Pol agents beginning to question, hesitate, or resist is not just a sign of organizational weakness. It is the beginning of a structural shift where control can no longer rely on silence alone. And once silence is no longer enforceable at every level, the entire system begins moving toward a point where hidden truths can no longer remain contained, which leads to the final implication. Cipher Pol is not simply failing as an organization. It is becoming the first visible fracture in a world order that has depended on absolute informational control to survive. And once that control is no longer guaranteed, everything built upon it, including the authority of Emu itself, begins to drift toward inevitable exposure. Rob Lucci has always been portrayed as one of the purest embodiments of the world government's ideology, a man who did not simply follow orders, but seemed psychologically fused with the very concept of absolute justice through violence. From the moment he was introduced, Lucci was different from ordinary Cipher Pol agents because he appeared to genuinely enjoy the role of executioner. He wasn't framed as conflicted, manipulated, or emotionally unstable. He was calm, disciplined, efficient, and terrifyingly loyal to the system that gave him authority to kill without hesitation. That is what made him so dangerous during the Enies Lobby arc. He represented the perfect outcome of the world government's conditioning process, a human weapon stripped of moral uncertainty, operating entirely through obedience and institutional logic. But that is exactly why Lucci's later defiance becomes so important. When someone who was always emotionally detached from doubt suddenly begins questioning authority, even subtly, it signals something catastrophic beneath the surface of the system itself. Because Lucci is not the kind of character who rebels impulsively. He is not emotional like Luffy, idealistic like Vivi, or chaotic like Blackbeard. His identity was built around control and discipline. So the moment cracks begin appearing in that discipline, It suggests that the contradictions within the world government have reached a point where even its most conditioned enforcers can no longer fully suppress them. Lucci questioning orders is not just character development, it is structural failure in human form. What makes Lucci's defiance especially unsettling is how small it begins. He does not openly declare rebellion or abandon Cipher Pol entirely. Instead, the cracks appear through hesitation, frustration, and increasingly visible skepticism toward the decisions being made above him. That subtlety matters because systems built on absolute loyalty are not usually destroyed by loud revolutions at first. They are destroyed by internal erosion. Lucci's entire worldview depends on the assumption that the world government's authority is absolute, rational, and justified. But once he begins encountering inconsistencies, missions that make no strategic sense, disappearing agents, contradictory commands, or hidden agendas that even elite operatives are not allowed to fully understand, that worldview begins destabilizing. And the most dangerous thing for someone like Lucci is not emotional weakness. It is unresolved contradiction. He was trained to believe that violence serves order. But what happens when the system itself begins acting irrationally? What happens when the institution demanding obedience no longer appears stable from the inside? That is where defiance begins. Not through morality at first, but through loss of structural confidence. Lucci's questioning of authority reflects a deeper realization that the world government may not actually be governed by the clear principles he dedicated his life to enforcing. Instead, it may be operating under hidden motives even its own elite agents are never allowed to fully see. And for a man whose identity is built on certainty, discovering that the system itself is uncertain is psychologically destabilizing in a way brute force cannot solve. This internal shift becomes even more significant when you consider Lucci's role as a symbol within Cipher Pol itself. He is not just another operative, he is one of the organization's highest performing products, someone meant to embody the success of the government's conditioning process. If someone like Lucci begins showing signs of skepticism, then it implies that the conditioning mechanisms maintaining absolute loyalty are beginning to fail even at the highest levels. This transforms his defiance into something larger than personal frustration. It becomes evidence that the system cannot fully control perception anymore. Lucci starts noticing gaps in information, hidden truths, and manipulations that were never meant to be visible to agents, no matter how elite they were. And once perception changes, obedience changes with it. Because blind loyalty depends on informational isolation. The moment an agent begins realizing that their understanding of the world is incomplete or manipulated, loyalty becomes unstable. Lucci's subtle questioning therefore represents the beginning of cognitive rebellion within the intelligence structure itself. Not rebellion driven by compassion or morality, but by recognition that the institution he serves may not actually value him as a person, only as a disposable instrument. That realization creates emotional friction even in someone as controlled as Lucci. He may continue following orders externally, but internally the certainty that once defined him begins to fracture. And in systems built entirely on obedience, internal fracture is far more dangerous than external enemies. The deeper irony of Lucci's defiance is that it mirrors the exact kind of awakening the world government fears in everyone else. The government suppresses history because knowledge destabilizes control. It eliminates researchers because truth spreads unpredictably once discovered. It manipulates information because perception determines obedience. And now, one of its own greatest enforcers is beginning to experience that same destabilization from within. Lucci is effectively becoming a victim of the same system he once enforced without question. The more he learns, the less absolute the world appears. The more hidden agendas he encounters, the less clean the distinction between justice and manipulation becomes. This does not instantly transform him into a hero or revolutionary, but it does make him unstable from the government's perspective. Because a loyal killer who begins questioning authority is more dangerous than an open enemy. An enemy can be targeted externally. A doubting enforcer carries contradiction directly inside the structure of control itself. And once enough agents begin experiencing similar doubt, the organization stops functioning as a unified mechanism and begins fragmenting into competing interpretations of duty, morality, and survival. The most chilling part of Lucci's defiance is that it suggests the world government's greatest weakness is not external rebellion, but the impossibility of maintaining absolute secrecy forever. Systems built on total control eventually generate contradictions so severe that even their own agents begin noticing them. Lucci represents the moment when the machine begins turning against itself, not through sabotage at first, but through awareness. Awareness that orders are not always rational. Awareness that authority may not always be legitimate. Awareness that the people giving commands may be hiding truths even from those sworn to serve them. And once that awareness exists, it cannot be fully erased. Lucci may still fight for the government, still carry out missions, still operate within Cipher Pol, but the psychological purity of his loyalty is already damaged. The unquestioning certainty that once made him terrifying no longer exists in its original form. In its place is tension, suspicion, and the beginning of independent judgment, which is precisely what the world government spent centuries trying to eliminate in the first place. Ultimately, Lucci's defiance marks the first real crack in the illusion of absolute loyalty within Cipher Pol and the broader world government system. It shows that no amount of conditioning can permanently suppress contradiction once reality itself becomes unstable. The hidden truths surrounding Imu, the Void Century, race history, and global manipulation are beginning to create pressure so intense that even the government's most loyal weapons are no longer fully synchronized with the system controlling them. And if someone like Lucci can begin questioning authority, then the implications are terrifying for the regime itself. Because Lucci was never supposed to doubt. He was designed to obey. His entire existence was built around the removal of hesitation. So the moment hesitation appears anyway, it proves something fundamental. The world government's control is no longer complete. The cracks are no longer theoretical. They are human now. And once the people enforcing silence begin internally resisting it, the collapse of the system stops being a distant possibility and starts becoming an inevitability slowly unfolding from the inside out. Stussi's betrayal is one of the most important warning signs that the world government's control system is no longer functioning the way it once did, because unlike ordinary rebellion, her actions come from inside the structure that was specifically designed to prevent betrayal from ever happening. Cipher Pol agents are not supposed to possess divided loyalty. They are trained, conditioned, and psychologically shaped to become extensions of government authority itself. Their identities are stripped down and rebuilt around obedience, secrecy, and mission completion. So when someone like Stussy suddenly turns against the system from within, it is not just an isolated act of deception. It is evidence that the machinery maintaining absolute loyalty has begun breaking apart at a foundational level. What makes her betrayal even more disturbing is that Stussy was not portrayed as emotionally unstable or impulsive before her turn. She operated calmly, intelligently, and with complete confidence inside elite government circles, moving through political and underworld networks with the precision expected from someone deeply trusted by the regime. That means her betrayal was not a random emotional rebellion. It was calculated, deliberate, controlled. And when a highly embedded intelligence operative deliberately chooses to undermine the institution they serve, the implications become terrifying for the government itself. Because systems built on secrecy rely entirely on trust between hidden actors. Once trust collapses internally, the system cannot easily distinguish loyalty from performance anymore. Every operative becomes a potential uncertainty. Every mission becomes vulnerable to hidden agendas, and every act of obedience becomes suspect. The deeper significance of Stussy's betrayal lies in what it reveals about the emotional and psychological limits of government conditioning. Cipher Pol agents are raised within environments that suppress individuality in favor of functionality. They are taught to treat themselves as tools rather than people. But suppression does not erase human identity forever. It only buries it beneath layers of imposed structure. Over time, especially when agents are exposed to contradictions inside the government itself, fragments of independent thought begin resurfacing. Stussy represents what happens when those fragments fully reconnect into self-awareness. She stops behaving like a controlled extension of the regime and begins acting according to her own judgment, even if it directly conflicts with her assigned role. This is catastrophic for the world government because its power does not come purely from military strength. It comes from predictability. Cipher Pol agents are effective because they are expected to act without hesitation or personal interpretation. The moment agents begin making independent moral or strategic decisions, the entire structure loses coherence. And Stussy's betrayal demonstrates exactly that. She is not merely disobeying an order. She is rejecting the assumption that the government has the right to define her identity and purpose absolutely. That distinction matters because rebellion against authority is manageable. Reclamation of selfhood inside a control system is much harder to stop. Once agents begin rediscovering individuality, they stop functioning like synchronized parts of a machine and start functioning like unpredictable human beings. And unpredictability is the greatest threat to any regime built on total informational control. What makes Stussy especially dangerous as a symbol of collapse is her connection to hidden science, cloning, and artificial identity. Unlike many other agents, Stussy's existence itself blurs the line between authentic individuality and manufactured purpose. She is tied to experiments, genetic manipulation, and the legacy of Maids, meaning her life already exists at the intersection of science and identity reconstruction. This creates a fascinating contradiction. The government helped create systems capable of artificially shaping life itself, yet those same systems are now producing individuals who cannot be fully controlled. Stussy's betrayal therefore becomes symbolic of the world government losing control over its own creations. The more advanced its manipulation techniques become, whether through cloning, lineage factor research, or psychological conditioning, the more unstable the resulting individuals appear to be. Instead of creating perfect obedience, the government may have accidentally accelerated self-awareness in those forced to live under artificial structures. Stussy embodies that paradox perfectly. She was designed to operate inside controlled systems, yet she becomes one of the clearest examples of someone escaping those systems psychologically. This transforms her betrayal into more than political defection. It becomes evidence that the world government's entire philosophy of engineered control is fundamentally flawed, because no matter how advanced the manipulation becomes, identity continues resurfacing in unpredictable ways. Human will cannot be perfectly contained forever, even when artificially constructed or heavily conditioned. As the consequences of Stussy's betrayal ripple outward, the effect on Cipher Pol becomes increasingly destabilizing. Once one elite operative turns against the system, suspicion spreads everywhere. Agents begin questioning each other's motives. Leadership becomes paranoid. Internal communication weakens because certainty no longer exists. And in intelligence organizations, certainty is everything. Cipher Pol was terrifying precisely because it appeared unified, disciplined, and emotionally detached. But Stussy's actions shatter that illusion completely. If someone so deeply embedded within the system could secretly oppose it, then nobody inside the organization can fully trust appearances anymore. This creates a chain reaction of instability. Some agents double down on obedience out of fear. Others begin quietly questioning whether more hidden truths exist. And some start wondering whether the government itself deserves loyalty at all. That psychological fragmentation is devastating because intelligence systems collapse much faster from internal distrust than from external attack. An enemy outside the walls can be identified and targeted. Doubt inside the walls spreads invisibly. And once doubt spreads through an organization built entirely on secrecy, the structure begins collapsing under the weight of its own paranoia. The most unsettling aspect of Stussy's betrayal is how perfectly it mirrors the larger themes of One Piece itself. The series constantly explores freedom versus imposed identity, inherited will versus institutional control, and individuality versus systems that attempt to erase it. Stussy's turn against Cipher Pol is essentially a microcosm of the world's larger conflict. The world government wants a stable reality where people exist within assigned roles, controlled narratives, and restricted truths. But inherited will continuously disrupts that structure by reawakening individuality in places where obedience was supposed to be permanent. Stussy becomes another expression of that recurring pattern. She was meant to function as part of a controlled system, but eventually develops motivations and decisions the system cannot fully predict or contain. That makes her betrayal more than tactical. It becomes ideological proof that the government's model of total control is unsustainable over time. No matter how deeply people are conditioned, manipulated, or engineered, human will eventually reassert itself in ways institutions cannot fully manage. Ultimately, Stussy's betrayal represents a turning point where the world government begins visibly losing control from the inside out. Cipher Pol agents were supposed to embody perfect loyalty, but now even elite operatives are acting independently, questioning authority, and undermining missions from within. The government's greatest weapon, its invisible network of obedient enforcers, is no longer fully synchronized. And once synchronization fails in a system built entirely on secrecy, collapse becomes inevitable. Stussy proves that the regime's control mechanisms are no longer absolute. The conditioning is weakening. The hidden truths are creating fractures. And the individuals once shaped into perfect tools are beginning to reclaim identity beyond the roles assigned to them. Which leads to the most dangerous implication of all. If Cipher Pol can no longer guarantee loyalty internally, then the world government is no longer protected by certainty. It is protected only by fear and momentum. And history in One Piece has repeatedly shown that once fear stops working and momentum begins slowing down, even the most powerful systems in the world can suddenly fall apart far faster than anyone ever believed possible. The Lamhouse Orphan System theory begins with one of the darkest patterns hidden beneath the surface of the One Piece world. The repeated appearance of abandoned children being absorbed into larger power structures and transformed into tools for someone else's agenda. At first glance, orphanages in One Piece often appear as places of temporary refuge, environments where lost children are protected from the brutality of the world. But the deeper the series explores institutions connected to the world government, underground trafficking networks, and organizations like Cipher Pol, the more disturbing the pattern becomes. Children without families are not simply vulnerable, they are ideal targets for ideological reconstruction. They have no stable emotional anchor, no inherited community identity, and no external protection against manipulation. This is what makes the Lamhouse theory so terrifying. It suggests that orphan systems tied to the government or hidden networks were never designed purely to protect children, but to create controllable individuals from the earliest possible stage of psychological development. In this interpretation, Lamhouse is not just an orphanage, it is a prototype for emotional conditioning, a place where broken or isolated children can be reshaped into agents whose loyalty is manufactured through dependency, fear, and engineered attachment. And once you view Cipher Pol through that lens, the organization stops looking like a traditional intelligence agency and starts resembling the final product of long-term psychological programming. The agents are not simply trained adults. They are individuals whose entire emotional architecture may have been designed from childhood to ensure obedience before they were even old enough to understand the system controlling them. What makes this theory especially compelling is how it aligns with the recurring theme of stolen identity throughout One Piece. Again and again, the story presents children who are separated from their original environments and forced into systems that redefine who they are allowed to become. Nico Robin is hunted from childhood and forced into isolation. Trafalgar Law loses everything and becomes shaped by violence and survival. Big Mom's connection to Mother Carmel introduces one of the most horrifying examples of adults manipulating abandoned children under the disguise of care and protection. Lamhouse fits directly into this thematic structure because it represents the idea that emotional dependency itself can become a weapon. An orphan does not just need food or shelter, they need belonging. And whoever provides that belonging gains extraordinary psychological influence over them. If the world government or affiliated organizations exploited orphan systems intentionally, then they would possess the perfect mechanism for manufacturing loyalty from the ground up. Children raised in such environments would not view the government as an external authority. They would view it as the source of survival itself. That distinction is critical because fear-based obedience is unstable over time, but emotionally conditioned loyalty can persist for decades. A child taught that the system saved them becomes psychologically attached to that system even when it abuses them later. This creates agents who do not simply obey out of fear of punishment, but out of internalized gratitude, dependency, and loss of independent identity. In that sense, Lamb House would not just be a recruitment pipeline. It would be the emotional foundation upon which organizations like Cipher Pol are built. As this theory expands, the implications become increasingly disturbing because the conditioning likely extends far beyond simple loyalty training. Emotional control requires more than discipline. It requires the restructuring of how individuals process attachment, morality, and self-worth. Children raised inside manipulated orphan systems would learn very early that affection is conditional, authority is absolute, and survival depends on performance. Over time, this creates individuals who suppress personal emotion in favor of institutional approval. Their sense of identity becomes tied to usefulness. Failure feels equivalent to abandonment, and emotional vulnerability becomes associated with danger rather than trust. This perfectly explains why many Cipher Pol agents appear emotionally detached, hyper-disciplined, and psychologically fragmented. They are not merely trained soldiers. They are products of long-term emotional restructuring, where individuality was systematically weakened in favor of operational functionality. The tragedy is that many of them may genuinely believe they chose this path, when in reality the conditions shaping their psychology were established before they had the capacity to make independent decisions at all. Lamb House, therefore, becomes symbolic of a larger system where trauma itself is weaponized. Instead of healing abandoned children, the institution repurposes abandonment into a method of control. Emotional wounds are not repaired. They are stabilized just enough to create dependence on the institution managing them. And once those children mature into agents, the government gains operatives whose loyalty is rooted not only in fear, but in deeply conditioned psychological survival mechanisms. The most chilling aspect of the Lamb House theory is how it reframes the world government's understanding of power. Military strength and political authority are important, but emotional control is far more sustainable over generations. If the government truly develops systems capable of selecting vulnerable children, isolating them emotionally, and reshaping them into obedient operatives, then it means their understanding of domination goes beyond force. It enters psychological engineering. Cipher Pol becomes less like a spy agency and more like the final stage of an identity production system. The agents are not expected to think independently because independent identity itself was weakened from childhood. This also explains why betrayal within Cipher Pol becomes so catastrophic later in the story. When agents like Stussy or even Lucci begin questioning the system, it represents more than ordinary disobedience. It means individuals raised under one of the most advanced emotional conditioning systems in the world are beginning to recover fragments of independent selfhood despite decades of psychological control. That is terrifying for the government because it suggests the system is failing at its deepest level. If emotionally engineered loyalty can fracture, then the regime no longer has certainty over the people it spent years constructing into perfect instruments. This theory also connects heavily to One Piece's broader themes about inherited will and chosen family. The series constantly contrasts forced systems of belonging with genuine emotional connection. The Straw Hats are essentially the opposite of organizations like Cipher Pol. They are not bound together through conditioning, fear, or dependency. They stay together through voluntary trust, emotional acceptance, and mutual protection. Many Straw Hats are themselves emotionally damaged individuals who lost families, homes, or identities. But unlike Cipher Pol agents, They were allowed to rebuild themselves freely rather than being reconstructed by an institution. That contrast feels intentional. It suggests that One Piece views authentic emotional bonds as liberating, while institutional manipulation of emotional vulnerability is fundamentally dehumanizing. Lamb House therefore represents the dark mirror of found family. It takes the human need for belonging and weaponizes it into obedience. Instead of healing trauma, it organizes trauma into a system of control. Ultimately, the Lamb House orphan system theory transforms Cipher Pol from a simple intelligence organization into the endpoint of a much larger process of psychological manipulation that may begin in childhood itself. It suggests the world government understood long ago that the most effective way to control people is not through punishment alone, but through emotional dependency established before identity fully forms. Orphans, isolated children, and emotionally vulnerable individuals become ideal raw material for systems designed to erase individuality and manufacture loyalty. Lamb House becomes the symbolic origin point of that process. A place where abandoned children are not rescued, but reshaped into instruments of institutional will. And as more Cipher Pol agents begin breaking away from the system, the tragedy of that manipulation becomes impossible to ignore. Because beneath the masks, discipline, and cold professionalism are individuals who may never have truly been given the chance to choose who they wanted to become in the first place. Which leads to the final disturbing implication. The world government's greatest weapon may never have been military power or ancient technology at all. It may have been the ability to take emotionally broken children, erase the possibility of independent identity before it could fully develop, and turn loneliness itself into the foundation of absolute obedience. The theory of genetic experimentation and devil fruit engineering begins with one of the most revolutionary concepts introduced in the later stages of One Piece, the lineage factor. A discovery so dangerous that it effectively acts as the biological blueprint of life itself. Once Vegapunk and the mad scientists uncovered the ability to manipulate the lineage factor, the boundaries between natural evolution, artificial power, and engineered identity began collapsing entirely. Devil fruits were once treated as mystical anomalies, unexplainable powers tied to ancient mysteries and impossible transformations. But the moment science enters the equation, the narrative changes. Suddenly, devil fruits are no longer just magical artifacts. They become data systems capable of being studied, replicated, modified, and potentially weaponized. This realization is terrifying because it means the world government no longer needs to rely on unpredictable individuals randomly gaining power through fate. Instead, it can manufacture power deliberately. The existence of artificial devil fruits, cloned abilities, seraphim technology, and genetically enhanced humans already proves that the government has crossed into territory where biology itself is becoming programmable. And once life becomes programmable, control reaches a level far beyond military conquest. It becomes existential engineering. People are no longer born only through nature. They can be designed according to strategic need. In that context, the world government's interest in lineage factors is not scientific curiosity. It is the creation of controllable evolution. A world where loyalty, strength, durability, and even supernatural abilities can potentially be manufactured on command. What makes the lineage factor theory especially disturbing is that it reframes devil fruits from symbols of freedom into systems vulnerable to institutional control. Traditionally, devil fruits represented chaos and unpredictability. A random person could suddenly obtain overwhelming power, disrupting social hierarchies and creating instability that the government could not fully regulate. Pirates, revolutionaries, and outsiders often rose to prominence precisely because devil fruits introduced variables beyond institutional planning. But once the government begins engineering those abilities artificially, the balance shifts completely. Instead of reacting to powerful individuals, the regime can begin creating them intentionally. This is where projects like the Seraphim become so important. They are not just advanced weapons. They are proof that the world government is moving toward a future where human beings themselves are mass-producible military platforms. Genetic templates can be copied. Abilities can be replicated. Emotional responses can potentially be controlled. And if that process continues evolving, then the government's ultimate goal may not simply be stronger soldiers, but the elimination of unpredictability itself. Controlled weapons are valuable because they remove the risk that naturally gifted individuals pose to centralized authority. A naturally powerful pirate may rebel. An engineered soldier designed from birth for obedience can theoretically be controlled more reliably. That is the core horror of devil fruit engineering, the transformation of individuality into product design. As this theory expands, it becomes increasingly clear that genetic experimentation in one piece is not limited to strength enhancement alone. It also appears deeply connected to emotional conditioning and behavioral manipulation. The world government does not simply want powerful humans, it wants stable humans whose identities align with institutional objectives. This explains why so many government-linked scientific projects involve children, clones, or individuals isolated from normal society. The younger and more psychologically malleable the subject, the easier it becomes to shape not only their body, but their perception of self. Judge's experiments on his children already demonstrated the possibility of suppressing emotion in exchange for enhanced combat functionality. Caesar experimented on gigantification and chemical dependency. Vegapunk's research crossed into memory, artificial intelligence, and replicated abilities. Each project explores a different layer of the same terrifying idea: the reduction of human beings into modifiable systems. Devil fruits become just one part of a larger technological philosophy, where identity itself is increasingly treated as editable. And once the government possesses both biological engineering and psychological conditioning, it can begin producing individuals who are not merely strong, but structurally dependent on institutional control. This ties directly back into organizations like Cipher Pol, where emotional suppression and loyalty conditioning already suggest long-term behavioral engineering. The difference is that lineage factor manipulation pushes this beyond training into biological design. The government is no longer just controlling what people think. It may be attempting to control what people fundamentally are. The deeper implication of devil fruit engineering is that the world government may be trying to recreate or surpass the power systems of the ancient kingdom itself. The Void Century remains shrouded in mystery, but nearly every major scientific discovery in the present era appears connected to remnants of forbidden ancient knowledge. Vegapunk repeatedly implies that current science is rediscovering truths that existed long ago but were intentionally erased. If the ancient kingdom possessed advanced biotechnology capable of manipulating life, then the world government's obsession with lineage factors begins to look less like innovation and more like recovery of lost systems. This creates an unsettling possibility. Devil fruits themselves may have originally been engineered phenomena, rather than naturally occurring miracles. If so, then the government's current experiments are not creating something new. They are reverse engineering fragments of ancient technology once used on a global scale. That would explain why the regime is simultaneously fascinated by and terrified of certain powers. It understands enough to weaponize fragments of the system, but not enough to fully control the consequences. And in trying to recreate those ancient capabilities, it may be destabilizing the same balance that once destroyed the old world during the Void Century. This theory becomes even darker when viewed alongside the theme of inherited will. One Piece consistently portrays freedom, dreams, and emotional individuality as forces that cannot be perfectly controlled. But the world government's scientific direction suggests an attempt to bypass inherited will entirely by manufacturing predetermined outcomes. Instead of waiting for strong individuals to emerge naturally, it wants to build them. Instead of risking rebellion from unpredictable powers, it wants obedience programmed into the structure of life itself. This creates a direct ideological conflict between natural inheritance and artificial creation. Characters like Luffy gain strength through freedom, emotional connection, and self-discovery. Government-created weapons gain strength through design, modification, and institutional purpose. The contrast feels intentional. It frames the government's scientific ambition as fundamentally opposed to the organic unpredictability that defines human freedom in the series. The tragedy is that many of these engineered individuals may never truly understand who they are outside the roles imposed on them. Clones, modified children, and artificially enhanced soldiers exist within systems that define their value through functionality rather than humanity. Their bodies become state property. Their powers become strategic assets. Their identities become secondary to their usefulness. This is why characters connected to scientific experimentation often struggle with emotional identity. They were never allowed to develop naturally in the first place. The government's pursuit of controlled weapons, therefore, comes at the cost of reducing human existence into a technical process. And the more advanced the experimentation becomes, the more blurred the line between person and product grows. Ultimately, the theory of genetic experimentation and devil fruit engineering suggests that the world government is moving toward total biological control over humanity itself. The lineage factor represents more than scientific progress. It represents the possibility of rewriting life according to institutional design. Devil fruits, once symbols of unpredictable freedom, are gradually becoming systems the government seeks to replicate, regulate, and weaponize. Through cloning, artificial powers, emotional suppression, and engineered soldiers, the regime is constructing a future where strength is no longer discovered naturally, but manufactured strategically. And beneath all of it lies a terrifying realization. The government may not simply want obedient citizens anymore. It may want a world where rebellion becomes biologically impossible because people themselves are designed from birth to fit predetermined roles, which leads to the final chilling implication. The greatest threat in One Piece may not be ancient weapons or pirate wars, but the emergence of a system where human individuality itself can be engineered, controlled, and mass-produced until freedom no longer disappears through force alone. but through the complete redesign of what it means to be human in the first place. The hypnosis-based control system theory begins with a disturbing realization hidden beneath many seemingly bizarre abilities and behaviors throughout One Piece. The world government may not rely solely on fear, military strength, or political propaganda to maintain power. It may also rely on direct psychological conditioning, designed to suppress independent will itself. At first glance, hypnosis in One Piece appears comedic or isolated, introduced through strange characters like Django, and later echoed through powers involving suggestion, emotional influence, memory distortion, or hallucinatory manipulation. But once you begin connecting these scattered elements together, a larger pattern emerges. Again and again, the series introduces mechanisms capable of influencing human perception without physical force. Django's pendulum controls behavior through rhythm and suggestion. Perona's ghosts suppress motivation emotionally. Sugar's powers erase memory and rewrite social reality. Even music, frequency, and visual imagery repeatedly appear as tools capable of altering consciousness and emotional states. Individually, these abilities feel eccentric. Collectively, they suggest that One Piece's world operates on the principle that willpower itself can be externally manipulated under the right conditions. And if individual pirates and rogue scientists can discover fragments of these techniques independently, then it becomes terrifyingly plausible that the world government, the most powerful institution in the world, has spent centuries systematizing them into a larger psychological control framework. In this interpretation, Cipher Pol agents are not simply trained operatives. They are conditioned individuals whose independent will has been systematically weakened through long-term psychological programming until obedience becomes instinctive rather than conscious. What makes this theory especially unsettling is that it aligns perfectly with how Cipher Pol agents behave emotionally. Most of them display extreme detachment, hyper-disciplined responses, and unusually muted emotional reactions, even under intense pressure. This is not normal military professionalism. It resembles dissociation. Many agents operate less like people making decisions and more like programmed instruments executing directives with minimal visible internal conflict. That emotional flatness raises an important question. How much of their obedience is natural, and how much of it has been psychologically engineered over years of conditioning? If the government developed hypnosis-based systems, they would not necessarily look like theatrical mind control with spinning pendulums and glowing eyes. Real conditioning would be subtler and more invasive. Repetition, emotional deprivation, sleep manipulation, rhythmic training, sensory triggers, reward-punishment cycles, and carefully controlled environments could gradually reshape perception until the individual associates obedience with psychological safety itself. In that context, hypnosis is not a single event. It is a continuous process of identity restructuring. Agents raised inside institutions like Lamb House would be especially vulnerable because children without stable emotional anchors are easier to psychologically imprint. Over time, their sense of self could become inseparable from the authority structure controlling them. They would not need to consciously choose obedience because disobedience would psychologically feel like existential collapse. That is what makes the theory horrifying. The government would not just control actions, it would condition the emotional architecture beneath those actions. The idea of will suppression becomes even more significant when viewed alongside one of One Piece's central themes: inherited will as the ultimate force of freedom. Throughout the story, characters survive impossible situations not because of raw power alone, But because their will refuses to break, dreams, convictions, and emotional bonds repeatedly overpower systems designed to crush individuality. This suggests that the world government's greatest enemy is not pirates or revolutionaries specifically. It is uncontrolled human will itself. If that is true, then hypnosis-based conditioning would become one of the most logical tools for maintaining long-term dominance. Instead of constantly fighting rebellion externally, the government could reduce rebellion internally by weakening the psychological conditions that produce independent thought. Cipher Pol agents, therefore, become prototypes of institutionalized will suppression. They are shaped into individuals who suppress emotion automatically, distrust vulnerability, and prioritize command structures over personal morality. This explains why many agents seem incapable of processing emotional contradiction normally. When cracks begin appearing in operatives like Lucci or Stussy later in the story, those moments become incredibly important because they suggest the conditioning is failing. Independent thought begins resurfacing. Emotional responses begin bypassing suppression mechanisms. The tool starts remembering that it is actually human. And once that process starts, the entire psychological architecture holding the system together becomes unstable. As the theory expands further, it starts connecting to the broader symbolism of sound, rhythm, and performance throughout One Piece. Music repeatedly appears as something capable of influencing consciousness at a deep level. Brook's songs affect emotional states. Utah's abilities literally trap minds within constructed realities. Django uses rhythmic movement to induce altered states. Even battle styles often rely on tempo, resonance, and sensory overwhelm. This recurring motif suggests that the One Piece world may operate on an underlying principle, where consciousness itself is highly responsive to emotional frequencies and pattern stimuli. If so, then the world government's conditioning programs may incorporate these principles systematically. Training environments, command structures, repeated phrases, synchronized routines, and controlled sensory experiences could all function as large-scale psychological programming mechanisms rather than simple discipline. The goal would not be crude mind control, but gradual erosion of independent identity until agents emotionally default to obedience under stress. This would also explain why many Cipher Pol operatives appear unable to fully integrate into normal human relationships. Their emotional instincts have been redirected toward institutional functionality rather than personal connection. They are taught to value mission completion over empathy, secrecy over trust, and hierarchy over individuality. Over time, this creates agents who can function efficiently in controlled environments but struggle when exposed to genuine emotional bonds that bypass their conditioning. The tragedy within this theory is that many of these agents may not even realize they were conditioned. True psychological programming works best when the subject experiences the resulting behavior as natural. Cipher Pol operatives likely believe their loyalty is entirely self-generated, when in reality their entire developmental environment may have been structured to produce that loyalty predictably. This transforms the organization from a spy agency into something far darker, a factory for controlled consciousness. Children are isolated, emotionally reshaped, psychologically conditioned, and eventually deployed as tools whose greatest strength is the inability to fully recognize the system controlling them. And yet, despite all of this, One Piece repeatedly suggests that human will cannot be permanently erased. It can be buried, redirected, fragmented, or suppressed, but not completely destroyed. That is why betrayals inside Cipher Pol matter so much. They represent moments where authentic selfhood breaks through years of conditioning. The suppressed individual begins re-emerging beneath the programmed identity, and when that happens, the government's greatest weapon becomes unstable from within. Ultimately, the hypnosis-based control system theory reframes the world government's power as something far more psychologically invasive than simple political domination. It suggests that the regime's true strength lies not just in military enforcement or historical censorship, but in its ability to systematically weaken independent will through long-term emotional and psychological conditioning. Cipher Pol agents become living examples of this system, individuals trained from vulnerable stages of life to suppress emotion, obey instinctively, and function as extensions of institutional authority rather than autonomous human beings. Through hypnosis-like programming, sensory conditioning, emotional deprivation, and identity restructuring, the government may have created an entire class of operatives whose greatest prison exists inside their own minds. But the cracks now appearing within Cipher Pol reveal the ultimate flaw in the system. No matter how advanced the conditioning becomes, the human will continue resurfacing unpredictably. Suppressed emotions return, independent thought reawakens, and the very individuals designed to enforce silence begin questioning the structure that shaped them, which leads to the final chilling implication. The world government's deepest fear may not be powerful pirates, ancient weapons, or revolutionary armies at all. It may be the simple possibility that the human spirit cannot be perfectly programmed forever, and that once enough conditioned individuals remember who they truly are beneath the psychological machinery controlling them, the entire system of invisible obedience holding the world together could collapse almost overnight. The A Clockwork Orange parallel in One Piece becomes increasingly disturbing once you begin examining how the world government approaches obedience, morality, and behavioral control. Anthony Burgess's A Clockwork Orange was never simply about violence. It was about the terrifying question of whether removing a person's capacity to choose evil also removes their humanity entirely. The central horror of the story was not just the brutality committed by Alex, but the government's attempt to fix him through forced psychological conditioning that stripped away his free will. The state did not create a morally good person. It created a psychologically trapped individual incapable of authentic choice. And once you apply that framework to the world government in One Piece, a chilling pattern emerges. Cipher Pol agents, government soldiers, manipulated children, and psychologically conditioned operatives all begin resembling variations of the same idea. Individuals reshaped into socially functional tools through systems designed to suppress independent identity. The government constantly presents itself as the protector of order and stability. But beneath that image lies an institution obsessed with controlling perception, restricting knowledge, and regulating behavior on a global scale. This is why the A Clockwork Orange comparison fits so perfectly. The issue is not simply that the world government uses violence. Nearly every faction in One Piece uses violence. The issue is that the government increasingly appears willing to alter the human mind itself in order to manufacture obedience, turning morality into programmed behavior rather than genuine ethical choice.
That transforms the regime from authoritarian into existentially invasive. It no longer wants citizens who freely choose order. It wants citizens psychologically incapable of challenging it. What makes this parallel especially powerful is how closely it aligns with the emotional emptiness displayed by many government-affiliated operatives. In A Clockwork Orange, conditioning destroys Alex's agency so completely that even his emotional reactions become externally dictated. He stops functioning as a morally accountable individual because his responses are no longer truly his own. Cipher Pol agents often appear disturbingly similar. Their emotions are suppressed, their identities subordinated to institutional purpose, and their sense of morality filtered entirely through government-defined concepts of justice and order. Many operate like humans who were never allowed to fully develop independent emotional frameworks at all. This is particularly evident in characters raised within manipulated systems from childhood, where loyalty is reinforced through fear, dependency, and psychological restructuring. They are not encouraged to become complete individuals. They are trained to become operationally efficient. And that distinction is critical because it reframes the world government's vision of peace. Peace is not achieved through understanding, freedom, or social trust. It is achieved through behavioral predictability. The ideal citizen is one who obeys automatically, never questions official narratives, and experiences independent thought as psychologically dangerous. That is precisely the kind of world A Clockwork Orange warned about. A society where the state prioritizes controlled behavior over authentic humanity. In such a system, free will itself becomes a threat because unpredictability threatens centralized order. The parallel becomes even darker when you consider how One Piece repeatedly associates freedom with emotional authenticity. Luffy inspires people not because he forces them to follow him, but because his freedom allows others to rediscover their own suppressed desires and identities. The Straw Hats are chaotic, emotional, flawed, and unpredictable. Yet that unpredictability is framed positively because it emerges from genuine individuality rather than institutional programming. The world government, by contrast, fears unpredictability at every level. It erases history to prevent uncontrolled interpretation. It suppresses research to prevent uncontrolled knowledge. It manipulates media to prevent uncontrolled perception. And according to theories surrounding Cipher Pol conditioning and psychological programming, it may even reshape human behavior directly to prevent uncontrolled identity formation. This creates a perfect ideological mirror to A Clockwork Orange. In Burgess's story, the state believes social stability justifies invasive psychological conditioning. In One Piece, the world government appears to believe global order justifies erasing anything that cannot be regulated, including history, truth, and potentially free human will itself. The result is a world where people increasingly function according to imposed narratives rather than authentic internal conviction. Even morality becomes institutionalized. Justice is no longer an ethical principle debated openly. It becomes whatever the government declares necessary for preserving stability. And once morality becomes state-defined rather than personally chosen, individuality begins disappearing beneath the machinery of enforced order. The tragedy within this framework is that many characters shaped by government systems may never fully realize what was taken from them. In A Clockwork Orange, Alex eventually recognizes the horror of losing his capacity to choose, even if those choices once included violence and cruelty. But many Cipher Pol agents appear unable to perceive their own conditioning clearly.
because it has been integrated into their identities since childhood. Their loyalty feels natural because the system shaped the psychological conditions under which their identities formed. This is what makes organizations like Cipher Pol so terrifying. They are not merely groups of trained operatives. They are examples of institutionalized behavioral engineering, where emotional responses, moral frameworks, and even self-perception may have been gradually programmed over years of controlled development. The government does not need chains if it can convince people that obedience is their natural state. That is the ultimate form of control. When individuals psychologically police themselves because the boundaries of acceptable thought have already been implanted internally. As more cracks begin appearing within these systems, the A Clockwork Orange parallel becomes even more relevant. Characters like Lucci and Stussy beginning to question authority mirrors the moment conditioned individuals start recovering fragments of independent agency. They begin realizing that obedience was not necessarily chosen freely, but shaped through systems of manipulation they were never fully aware of. That awakening is terrifying for the government, because once people recognize the existence of conditioning, the illusion of natural loyalty collapses. A controlled individual who understands they were controlled becomes unpredictable, and unpredictability is exactly what authoritarian systems fear most. This is why the world government reacts so violently to truth itself. Information destabilizes programming. Historical knowledge creates alternative frameworks of meaning. Emotional connection bypasses institutional identity. Every genuine human bond threatens systems built on controlled isolation and behavioral conformity. The deeper philosophical horror of the A Clockwork Orange parallel is that it forces a question central to One Piece's world. Is peace meaningful if it requires the destruction of free will to maintain it? The world government would likely argue that its methods preserve stability, prevent chaos, and stop catastrophic wars. But the series repeatedly challenges the idea that enforced order is morally superior to dangerous freedom. Luffy's world is messy, emotional, and unpredictable, yet it allows people to choose who they become. The government's world is orderly, controlled, and structured, yet it increasingly appears built on the suppression of authentic human identity. This conflict transforms the story into more than a political struggle between pirates and rulers. It becomes a philosophical war over whether humanity should remain free to choose, even imperfectly, or be psychologically engineered into predictable obedience for the sake of stability. Ultimately, the A Clockwork Orange parallel reveals that the world government's greatest ambition may not simply be political domination, but behavioral domination. Through psychological conditioning, manipulated orphan systems, emotional suppression, propaganda, and possibly hypnosis-based programming, the regime appears to be constructing a society where independence will gradually disappear beneath institutional control. Cipher Pol agents become the clearest examples of this system. Individuals shaped into functional tools whose identities are secondary to obedience. But One Piece consistently suggests that true freedom cannot exist without the possibility of disobedience, emotional authenticity, and personal choice. Which means the government's vision of perfect order is fundamentally incompatible with genuine humanity itself. And that leads to the final chilling implication.
The real danger in One Piece may not be that the world government kills people who oppose it, but that it increasingly seeks to create a world where people lose the ability to meaningfully oppose anything at all, because their thoughts, emotions, and identities have already been reshaped long before rebellion could ever begin. The mystery surrounding Dr. Hiriluk and Rox D. Xebec becomes far more unsettling once you consider the possibility that the God Valley incident was never accurately recorded in history at all. In the official narrative pushed by the world government, Xebec is remembered as one of the most dangerous pirates to ever exist, a chaotic monster whose ambitions threatened global stability so severely that even Gold D. Roger and Monkey D. Garp were forced into an unprecedented alliance to stop him. The story paints him as a power-hungry tyrant obsessed with domination, someone so dangerous that the government practically erased his existence afterward. But One Piece has repeatedly established that whenever the world government aggressively erases historical information, it is usually hiding something far more complicated than the public version of events. Ohara was destroyed for studying forbidden history. The Void Century was erased because knowledge itself threatened the regime. Entire nations disappeared from memory because their existence contradicted official narratives. So when a figure like Xebec is buried beneath layers of censorship and fear, the immediate question becomes, what exactly was the government trying to prevent people from learning? This is where Dr. Hiriluk enters the theory in a fascinating way. Hiriluk was not simply a strange doctor with eccentric ideals. He was a man obsessed with curing the sickness of society itself. His belief that nations could spiritually die before physically collapsing mirrors the larger themes of historical decay throughout One Piece. And when you connect that philosophy to the hidden trauma of God Valley, a disturbing possibility emerges. Hiriluk may have encountered truths about Xebec and the incident that completely transformed his understanding of the world. Instead of viewing Xebec as a monster, he may have seen him as a misunderstood revolutionary crushed by a regime terrified of what he represented. What makes this reinterpretation so compelling is the suspicious structure of the God Valley narrative itself. According to the official version, Roger and Garp became heroes for defeating Xebec and protecting the celestial dragons during the incident. But this immediately creates contradictions. The celestial dragons are consistently portrayed as cruel, corrupt, and morally bankrupt rulers who enslave and abuse innocent people without consequence. Roger, despite being a pirate, is repeatedly framed as someone who valued freedom deeply and despised unnecessary oppression. Garp, while loyal to the Marines, openly dislikes the celestial dragons and refuses promotions partly to avoid direct subordination to them. So why would two men with such strong personal codes suddenly unite to protect the most corrupt class in the world? The answer may be that the public version of God Valley intentionally distorts what truly happened there. Instead of Xebec attacking innocent rulers, the incident may have involved rebellion, resistance, or exposure of truths the government desperately needed hidden. The slaves present on God Valley complicate the narrative even further. If enslaved people were involved in the chaos, then the event begins looking less like a simple pirate assault and more like a violent eruption against systemic oppression. Xebec may not have been attempting conquest alone. He may have been targeting the very structure of celestial dragon authority itself. And if that is true, then the government would have every reason to recast him as an irredeemable villain after his defeat. History in One Piece is not written objectively. It is curated by whoever controls information, which means the image of Xebec known to the world may be less a factual portrait and more a politically engineered warning against rebellion.
Dr. Hiriluk's connection to this theory becomes emotionally powerful because his philosophy reflects someone who witnessed the consequences of a broken world and refused to accept the official explanations given to him. Hiriluk believed that the greatest illness was not physical disease, but hopelessness, emotional decay, and the death of dreams. That worldview aligns surprisingly well with the idea of someone who discovered suppressed truths about the world's history. If Hiriluk learned that figures labeled as monsters by the government were actually individuals resisting systemic corruption, it would explain his deep conviction that societies themselves could become spiritually sick. The world government maintains power not only through force, but through controlling historical memory. Entire generations grow up believing official narratives because alternative truths are erased before they can spread. A doctor like Hiriluk, discovering fragments of forbidden history, would realize that the world's sickness is rooted in manipulated perception itself. This gives his eventual sacrifice even deeper symbolic meaning. He dies trying to inspire hope in a kingdom emotionally poisoned by fear, corruption, and despair. In many ways, Hiriluk's story mirrors the larger struggle of One Piece, the fight to preserve the human spirit in a world systematically engineered to suppress it. And if Xebec truly was misunderstood rather than purely monstrous, then Hiriluk's ideals may partially originate from witnessing the consequences of historical erasure firsthand. The reinterpretation of Xebec also dramatically changes the meaning of inherited will within the series. If Blackbeard truly carries fragments of Xebec's legacy, then his role becomes more complex than simple villainy. Blackbeard is undeniably dangerous, ruthless, and destructive, but One Piece rarely creates purely one-dimensional antagonists. Many characters inherit distorted versions of older ideals. If Xebec opposed the celestial dragons and challenged the structure of global oppression, then Blackbeard may represent a corrupted continuation of that rebellion, someone inheriting ambition without inheriting moral restraint. This creates a fascinating contrast with Luffy. Both challenge the world order, but Luffy fights for freedom through emotional liberation, while Blackbeard pursues domination through opportunistic chaos. If both inherit different responses to the same broken system, then Xebec becomes less a singular villain and more a historical fracture point whose legacy split into competing ideological descendants. Hiriluk's connection to this mystery reinforces the idea that truth itself is fragmented across generations, passed down imperfectly through people who only glimpse parts of the larger picture. The God Valley incident, therefore, transforms from a legendary battle into a symbolic war over narrative control. The world government needed the public to believe that Roger and Garp protected civilization from chaos. But what if the real threat at God Valley was not chaos? It was exposure. What if Xebec discovered truths about the celestial dragons, the Void Century, or the hidden structure of world power that could destabilize the regime entirely? In that context, erasing him from history becomes essential. A revolutionary can become more dangerous after death if their ideas survive. By turning Xebec into a monster rather than a complex political threat, the government ensures future generations never question whether his rebellion may have had legitimate foundations. This mirrors real-world authoritarian systems, where dissidents are often reduced to caricatures to prevent a nuanced understanding of their motives. One Piece repeatedly emphasizes that history controlled by power is never neutral. Every erased name, forbidden text, and hidden island points toward the same terrifying truth. The world people believe they live in may be built on carefully maintained lies.
Ultimately, the Dr. Hiraluk and Xebec mystery suggests that the God Valley incident was not simply a battle between heroes and villains, but a catastrophic turning point deliberately rewritten by the world government to preserve its authority. Xebec may have been far more than a power-hungry pirate. He may have represented a direct challenge to the legitimacy of the celestial dragons and the hidden systems controlling the world itself. Hiraluk, through his philosophy and emotional understanding of societal illness, may have uncovered fragments of this suppressed truth, shaping his belief that the world's greatest disease was spiritual corruption rather than physical suffering. And if history truly distorted Xebec into a monster to conceal what he stood for, then the implications become enormous for the future of One Piece. Because it would mean that some of the most feared figures in history were not erased because they were evil, but because they came dangerously close to revealing how the world actually works. The truth of the Rock's pirates may be one of the greatest reversals in all of One Piece, because the more the series reveals about the world government and the celestial dragons, the harder it becomes to accept the official version of the God Valley incident at face value. According to the story told by the government, Rox D. Xebec was an uncontrollable monster whose ambitions threatened global stability so severely that Goldie Roger and Monkey D. Garp had no choice but to unite and stop him. The narrative paints Rox as a violent tyrant obsessed with domination, someone dangerous enough to be erased almost entirely from history afterward. But One Piece repeatedly teaches viewers a crucial lesson. Whenever the world government aggressively hides information, it is usually because the truth threatens the legitimacy of the system itself. Ohara was destroyed not because scholars were evil, but because they uncovered forbidden history. Entire islands vanish from records because their existence contradicts official narratives. Even the Void Century itself proves that the government does not preserve truth. It curates acceptable reality. Once that pattern becomes clear, the story of the Rock's pirates starts looking suspiciously incomplete, especially when you remember who the supposed victims at God Valley actually were: the Celestial Dragons, the most corrupt and openly cruel ruling class in the world. These are not benevolent rulers. They enslave entire populations, torture people for entertainment, erase lives casually, and consider ordinary humans beneath them entirely. So if Rox attacked the Celestial Dragons, the immediate question becomes terrifyingly simple. What if he was right to do so? What if history intentionally transformed a rebellion against tyranny into the image of villainy because the government could not allow the world to sympathize with those who challenged its foundation? This reinterpretation changes everything about the God Valley incident, because it reframes the conflict not as pirates attacking innocent rulers, but potentially as oppressed people rising against systemic cruelty. The presence of slaves on God Valley is one of the most suspicious details in the entire event. Why were slaves there at all? What exactly was happening on that island before the battle began? The world government wants history to remember the incident as a heroic defense against chaos. But the existence of enslaved people suggests something much darker was occurring beneath the surface. God Valley may not have been a peaceful location attacked by evil pirates. It may have been a site of horrific exploitation connected directly to the Celestial Dragon's hidden crimes. If that is true, then Rox and his crew attacking the island could represent liberation rather than conquest. Suddenly, the narrative shifts completely. Instead of tyrants threatening civilization, the Rox pirates become violent disruptors,
of an already monstrous system. And this possibility becomes even more believable when you examine the personalities of the people involved. Roger valued freedom above all else and despised oppression. Garp openly hated the celestial dragons despite serving the Marines. It becomes difficult to imagine either man enthusiastically risking their lives purely to defend corrupt nobles, unless the situation was far more morally complicated than history admits. Perhaps Roger and Garp intervened not because Rox was entirely wrong, but because the scale of destruction threatened innocent people caught in the conflict. Or perhaps they were manipulated into participating in a narrative they themselves never fully understood. Either way, the official version increasingly feels like a heavily simplified myth designed to prevent future generations from questioning the morality of rebellion against the world's ruling class. The idea of Xebec as a liberator rather than a villain also aligns with one of One Piece's deepest themes: the criminalization of those who threaten established power structures. Throughout the series, individuals fighting for freedom are constantly labeled as dangerous by institutions that benefit from oppression. Nico Robin becomes a hunted devil child because she seeks historical truth. Fisher Tiger is branded a criminal after freeing slaves from Marie Joie. The Revolutionary Army is treated as a terrorist organization despite directly opposing systemic abuse. Again and again, the government defines morality according to whether someone supports or threatens its authority. Under that framework, Xebec being called a monster proves very little. In fact, it may suggest the opposite. The more aggressively the government erased him, the more likely it becomes that he represented something politically catastrophic to their control. If Rox openly challenged the celestial dragons and attempted to dismantle the hierarchy protecting them, then the government would need to ensure history remembered him not as a revolutionary, but as pure chaos incarnate. Authoritarian systems survive by controlling narratives. If people begin believing rebellion against tyranny is justified, the entire structure becomes unstable. So, Xebec had to become evil in public memory, regardless of his actual motives. This reinterpretation also dramatically changes how we view the members of the Rox Pirates themselves. Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and Shiki were all part of the crew, yet their individual philosophies later diverged significantly. Whitebeard especially complicates the narrative because he ultimately became one of the most emotionally compassionate pirates in the world, obsessed not with conquest but with family and protection. It feels strange that someone like Whitebeard would willingly follow a completely hollow tyrant for long, unless the crew originally stood for something more complex than simple destruction. Perhaps the Rox Pirates were united not by blind loyalty to evil, but by shared hatred toward the world's corrupt systems. Over time, those ideals may have fragmented into different interpretations after God Valley's collapse. Whitebeard sought family and emotional connection. Kaido embraced brutal survivalism. Big Mom pursued twisted utopian control. And Blackbeard, potentially inheriting Xebec's will, may now represent the most dangerous continuation of the original rebellion, one stripped of moral restraint entirely. The tragedy is that revolutions often become distorted across generations. Even if Xebec originally fought against tyranny, history's suppression of the truth means future inheritors only receive fragments of his legacy. Blackbeard may therefore embody a corrupted inheritance, ambition without compassion, rebellion without liberation. This creates a fascinating contrast with Luffy. Both threaten the world order, but Luffy liberates people emotionally, while Blackbeard exploits instability for personal ascent. If both emerge from historical forces connected to suppressed truths, then One Piece may be building toward a conflict not simply between good and evil, but between competing responses to systemic oppression. One path seeks freedom through connection and joy. The other seeks domination through the destruction of existing systems without a clear moral direction afterward. The God Valley incident itself begins looking less like a heroic battle and more like a massive historical cover-up. Entire details are missing. Witnesses are scarce. The island itself disappeared. The government tightly controls the narrative surrounding the event. These are all classic signs of historical manipulation in One Piece. The regime likely needed a simplified story where Roger and Garp heroically defeated evil because the alternative was politically unacceptable. Imagine if the public learned that the celestial dragons were attacked during acts of cruelty towards slaves. Imagine if the world discovered that one of history's greatest villains may have led a rebellion against systemic oppression rather than senseless conquest. Such revelations would destabilize the moral legitimacy of the world government entirely. People would begin asking dangerous questions about who the real monsters actually were. Ultimately, the truth of the Rock's pirates may represent one of the final narrative reversals in One Piece. The realization that history's greatest villain was transformed into a symbol of evil precisely because he challenged the most powerful tyrants in the world. Xebec may not have been a noble hero, but he may also not have been the monster official history describes. Instead, he may have been a revolutionary figure whose violent rebellion targeted the foundations of celestial dragon authority itself. The slaves at God Valley, the government's obsession with erasing information, and the suspiciously incomplete historical narrative all point toward the same possibility: that the world was taught to fear Rocks not because he threatened innocent people, but because he threatened the system controlling the world itself. And if that truth ever fully resurfaces, it would force everyone in One Piece to confront the terrifying possibility that some of history's greatest heroes were protecting a corrupt order, while the man remembered as the ultimate villain may have been one of the first people brave enough to openly declare war against it. One of the most unsettling hidden patterns in One Piece is how often the story returns to powers that manipulate perception, memory, emotion, and human will, rather than simply causing physical destruction. At first glance, abilities like Perona's ghosts, Sugar's memory erasure, Caesar's hallucinogenic gas, and Django's hypnosis seem wildly different from each other, almost random examples of the bizarre creativity that defines devil fruits and the world's strange science. But when you step back and examine them together, a disturbing theme begins to emerge. The greatest form of power in One Piece may not be the ability to destroy bodies, but the ability to reshape consciousness itself. Again and again, characters gain abilities that interfere directly with how people perceive reality, process emotions, remember history, or maintain personal identity. This is far more terrifying than ordinary combat because it attacks the foundation of free will. A person who loses a fight can recover physically. A person who loses their sense of self may never fully recover at all. And the more the story progresses, the more these forms of psychological manipulation seem connected to the larger structure of the world itself. The world government erases historical memory through censorship. Sugar literally erases people from memory through supernatural force. Caesar alters perception through chemical hallucination. Perona destroys motivation emotionally until people psychologically collapse. These are not isolated concepts, they are variations of the same underlying fear. the fragility of human identity when external forces gain the ability to manipulate the mind directly. In that sense, One Piece gradually transforms from a story about physical freedom into a story about cognitive freedom, whether people truly control their own thoughts, emotions, and understanding of reality. Perona's ghosts represent one of the clearest examples of emotional will manipulation hidden beneath comedic presentation. Her negative hollows do not physically overpower opponents. Instead, they invade the emotional core of a person and force overwhelming despair onto them until their confidence, ambition, and motivation collapse entirely. Strong fighters become psychologically paralyzed, not because their bodies fail, but because their internal belief in themselves disintegrates instantly. This is crucial because One Piece repeatedly establishes willpower as the true source of strength. Characters survive impossible battles through determination, emotional conviction, and refusal to surrender. Perona's ability attacks that exact foundation directly. She temporarily strips people of the psychological energy that allows them to keep moving forward. And while the ability is often played for humor, its implications are horrifying. If human will can be externally suppressed so easily, then emotional stability itself becomes vulnerable to manipulation. This connects directly to larger themes involving the world government and systems of social control. A population overwhelmed by despair becomes passive. People who lose belief in themselves stop resisting authority. Perona's ghosts effectively weaponize hopelessness, turning emotional collapse into a method of control. The fact that Usopp resists her powers because he is already deeply insecure creates an ironic commentary on self-awareness. Someone who already understands their own flaws cannot be emotionally shattered as easily by externally imposed negativity. That subtle detail suggests One Piece views authentic self-knowledge as a defense against manipulation, while artificial emotional certainty is more fragile than it appears. Sugar's abilities take this theme even further by targeting memory and social reality itself. Her devil fruit is arguably one of the most terrifying powers in the entire series because it does not simply transform people physically. It erases their existence from collective human memory. Friends forget each other. Relationships disappear instantly. Emotional bonds vanish as though they never existed. Entire identities are removed from social consciousness. This is not just physical control, it is reality reconstruction through memory manipulation. Sugar's victims continue existing physically as toys, but their emotional and historical presence is erased from the world around them. That concept mirrors the world government's manipulation of history almost perfectly. The Void Century was erased from collective memory. Entire civilizations disappeared from official records. Individuals who challenge the system are often removed not only physically, but historically. Sugar's power, therefore, feels symbolically connected to the government's broader methods of control. Both rely on the idea that people become powerless when memory itself can be altered. Human identity depends on recognition, relationships, and continuity of experience. Once memory becomes unstable, identity becomes unstable too. Sugar demonstrates how terrifyingly easy it is to rewrite reality if enough people forget what once existed. And this creates one of One Piece's deepest recurring fears. Not death, but erasure. To be forgotten completely is presented as a fate almost worse than physical destruction because it annihilates the emotional traces proving someone ever existed at all. Caesar Clown's hallucinogenic gases add another layer to this growing pattern of psychological manipulation by showing how science itself can weaponize perception. Caesar does not merely poison people physically. He creates altered mental states through chemical exposure, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Victims become disoriented, emotionally unstable, or psychologically vulnerable because their sensory interpretation of the world is being directly interfered with. This is deeply important because it demonstrates that manipulation in One Piece is not limited to devil fruits or supernatural abilities. Science can achieve similar effects through entirely different means. That overlap between science and mind control becomes increasingly relevant as the series introduces lineage factor experimentation, emotional conditioning, and government-linked psychological systems. Caesar represents the idea that perception itself is biologically vulnerable. If chemicals can distort thought, emotion, and behavior, then free will becomes less absolute than characters might believe. This ties directly into theories surrounding Cipher Pol conditioning and hypnosis-based programming. The government may not rely on one single method of control. Instead, it may combine emotional conditioning, sensory manipulation, propaganda, and scientific experimentation into layered systems designed to weaken independent thought over time. What makes all these examples so significant together is that they reveal a hidden philosophical pattern inside One Piece. Power over consciousness is treated as more frightening than brute force because it undermines the authenticity of human experience itself. Physical violence can dominate the body temporarily, but manipulation of memory, emotion, and perception threatens the integrity of identity. Again and again, the series introduces characters who lose autonomy, not because they are physically weaker, but because something external interferes with how they understand themselves and the world around them. And this connects directly to the larger role of the world government. The government does not merely conquer territories. It controls narratives, suppresses history, manipulates public understanding, and potentially conditions behavior psychologically. In other words, the most powerful institution in the world already operates according to the same principles represented symbolically by these abilities. Sugar rewrites memory. The government rewrites history. Perona suppresses emotional will. The government suppresses hope through fear and censorship. Caesar manipulates perception chemically. The government manipulates perception socially through propaganda and information control. The parallels are too consistent to ignore. This recurring theme also explains why Haki and Inherited will become so important narratively. Haki is not just combat power. It is the manifestation of personal spirit and inner conviction. Characters with a strong will resist domination more effectively because their sense of self remains stable under pressure. Conqueror's Haki especially feels like the ultimate counterforce to psychological control, because it projects identity outward rather than allowing identity to be overwritten externally. Luffy repeatedly liberates people emotionally because his will inspires others to reclaim suppressed parts of themselves. In that sense, the central conflict of One Piece may not simply be freedom versus oppression politically. It may be authentic selfhood versus systems designed to manipulate consciousness. Ultimately, the recurring hypnosis-like powers across One Piece reveal that will manipulation is one of the series' deepest hidden themes. Perona's ghosts, Sugar's memory control, Caesar's hallucinogenic science, Django's hypnosis,
and even the world government's censorship all revolve around the same terrifying idea. Human beings become controllable when their perception of reality, identity, or emotional conviction can be externally altered. The body is not the true battlefield, the mind is. And the more the story progresses, the more it becomes clear that the world government's greatest strength may not be military dominance, but its ability to shape how people think, remember, and emotionally interpret the world itself. Which leads to the final chilling implication. The ultimate war in One Piece may not simply decide who rules the seas, but whether humanity retains the freedom to define its own memories, emotions, and sense of reality before institutions powerful enough to manipulate will itself permanently reshape what people are capable of believing.
The mystery surrounding Vegapunk, Mads, and the genetic legacy shaping the modern world may ultimately reveal that science, not warfare, became the true foundation of the world government's hidden power. At first glance, Mads appears to be little more than a rogue scientific research group filled with eccentric geniuses whose experiments spiraled into morally questionable territory. But the deeper One Piece explores Vegapunk's discoveries, the more it becomes clear that Mads was not simply conducting isolated experiments. It was reshaping the future structure of civilization itself. Nearly every major technological or biological advancement influencing the current era can be traced back directly or indirectly to research conducted by Mads scientists. Artificial devil fruits, cloned soldiers, lineage factor manipulation, gigantification experiments, cybernetic augmentation, emotional suppression technologies, and even the seraphim all originate from scientific principles pioneered by this group. This transforms Mads from a background organization into one of the most important forces in modern history. They did not just create inventions, they altered humanity's relationship with biology, identity, and power. And once the world government recognized the military and political potential of those discoveries, science itself became absorbed into systems of authoritarian control. That is why Vegapunk's role becomes so complicated. He is simultaneously portrayed as humanity's greatest genius and one of the people most responsible for accelerating technologies capable of erasing human freedom entirely. His research unlocked miracles, but those miracles also became tools for governments, armies, and institutions seeking dominance over life itself.
What makes the Mads storyline especially disturbing is how it reframes the world government's rise to power in the modern era. Traditionally, the government's authority appeared rooted in military strength, censorship, and political influence. But the introduction of advanced genetic science suggests something much deeper. The regime may have achieved long-term dominance by monopolizing technological evolution itself. Once Vegapunk and the mad scientists uncovered the secrets of the lineage factor, they essentially gained access to the biological code underlying all living things. This discovery changes everything because it means the government no longer needs to rely solely on natural human development or random chance. Strength, intelligence, durability, emotional response, and even supernatural abilities become variables that can potentially be engineered deliberately. Suddenly, people are no longer merely born, they can be designed. This is the terrifying leap that transforms science into a mechanism of civilization-level control. Judge uses these discoveries to create genetically enhanced children, stripped of emotional vulnerability. Caesar pursues gigantification and chemical manipulation. Queen
merges cybernetics with biological enhancement. Vegapunk develops cloned organisms and replicated devil fruit powers. Each scientist explores a different dimension of the same horrifying idea. Human beings are becoming programmable systems. And once biology becomes programmable, individuality itself becomes vulnerable to institutional design. The world government's interest in MADS was therefore inevitable. A regime obsessed with stability and control would view genetic engineering not as scientific progress alone, but as the ultimate mechanism for regulating society from the cellular level upward. Vegapunk's personal role in this process is one of the most morally complex elements in One Piece, because he embodies the danger of intelligence detached from ethical restraint. Unlike Caesar or Judge, Vegapunk does not appear openly malicious. In many ways, he genuinely wants to improve humanity and advance civilization. But One Piece repeatedly suggests that scientific discovery becomes dangerous when separated from moral accountability and placed inside authoritarian systems. Vegapunk may create technologies out of curiosity or hope, but the government immediately weaponizes them for control. This creates a recurring tragedy where knowledge meant to liberate humanity instead strengthens oppressive institutions. The pacifistas are the clearest example. Based on Bartholomew Kuma, a deeply compassionate individual associated with sacrifice and protection, they become mass-produced military weapons stripped of humanity and transformed into tools of state violence. That symbolism is devastating because it reflects the broader corruption of scientific progress throughout the series. Human uniqueness becomes raw material for institutional power. Emotional individuality is secondary to operational efficiency. The Seraphim push this idea even further by combining Lunarian genetics, cloned identities, and artificial enhancements into beings engineered specifically for combat superiority. They are not natural people. They are state-designed organisms created to surpass ordinary humanity itself. And the more advanced these technologies become, the more unstable the line between human and product grows. The origins of government experimentation, therefore, may trace back not simply to ambition, but to fear. Fear of losing control over the world's unpredictable forces. One Piece constantly emphasizes inherited will as something impossible to fully regulate. Powerful individuals emerge unexpectedly. Dreams spread uncontrollably. Freedom inspires rebellion. Devil fruits introduce chaos into social hierarchies. The world government fears all of these variables because they destabilize centralized authority. Genetic engineering offers a solution. Instead of reacting to unpredictable individuals, the government can begin manufacturing controllable power directly. Instead of waiting for dangerous people to emerge naturally, it can create soldiers optimized for obedience from the beginning. This is why emotional suppression becomes such a recurring aspect of scientific experimentation. A powerful human with free will is dangerous. A powerful human engineered for loyalty is infinitely more useful to authoritarian systems. The combination of lineage factor manipulation and psychological conditioning therefore becomes the ultimate expression of government ambition, total control over both body and mind. What makes this theory even darker is the possibility that Mads was rediscovering fragments of ancient technology connected to the Void Century, rather than inventing entirely new science. Vegapunk repeatedly hints that the ancient kingdom possessed technological capabilities far beyond the modern world. If the Void Century civilization already mastered genetic engineering, artificial energy systems, or biological manipulation, then MADS may simply represent humanity stumbling back toward forbidden knowledge once erased after the ancient kingdom's fall. This would explain why the world government both exploits and fears advanced science simultaneously. It understands enough to weaponize fragments of ancient systems, but not enough to fully control the consequences. Every scientific breakthrough risks reviving truths tied to the lost civilization the government spent centuries suppressing. Vegapunk's discoveries therefore become politically dangerous not only because they create stronger weapons, but because they may expose the historical foundations of the world itself. The emotional tragedy within the MAD storyline is that science in One Piece is not inherently evil. Innovation, discovery, and creativity are portrayed as profoundly human impulses. Franky's inventions come from passion and imagination. Chopper pursues medicine to save lives. Vegapunk himself dreams of creating limitless energy capable of helping the world. The problem arises when those discoveries become integrated into systems built around domination rather than liberation. Scientific progress without ethical freedom becomes another instrument of control. And because the world government monopolizes resources, research, and historical knowledge, it can redirect humanity's greatest innovations toward preserving authoritarian power instead of empowering ordinary people. Ultimately, the story of Vegapunk, MADS, and genetic legacy suggests that the modern world of One Piece was shaped not only through war and politics, but through scientific revolutions hidden beneath the surface of history. MADS unlocked technologies capable of rewriting biology itself, and the world government quickly recognized that such discoveries could transform society into something far more controllable than ever before. Through lineage factor manipulation, cloned organisms, artificial devil fruits, cybernetic enhancement, and emotional engineering, science became the foundation of a new era where humanity itself could be modified according to institutional need. Vegapunk's genius accelerated civilization forward, but it also opened the door to systems capable of reducing human beings into programmable assets rather than free individuals. And as these experiments continue evolving, the greatest danger may no longer be the government's military strength alone, but the possibility that it is slowly building a future where identity, emotion, and even human evolution itself are designed by centralized authority long before people are ever given the freedom to decide who they want to become. Franky's hidden connection to MADS becomes one of the most intriguing silent mysteries in One Piece. Once you start lining up his body modifications, survival history, and unnatural technological intuition against what is known about Vegapunk and the MADS research group. On the surface, Franky is introduced as a South Blue shipwright raised by Tom, someone who rebuilt himself after nearly dying by turning his body into a cyborg masterpiece using scrap metal, ingenuity, and sheer determination. That origin story already feels extreme. But what makes it suspicious in hindsight is how far beyond ordinary engineering talent Franky's capabilities actually extend. He doesn't just build weapons or ships. He constructs systems that behave like advanced scientific prototypes, often matching concepts that resemble Vegapunk-level innovation, despite having no formal training under the world's most advanced scientist. His radical body transformation alone, surviving catastrophic injury by replacing most of his body with self-designed mechanical components, suggests access to knowledge that should be far beyond a simple shipwright from a criminal dockyard. Frankie's radical beam, energy-based attacks, self-sustaining mechanical systems, and modular upgrades all point toward principles that overlap with advanced energy conversion and artificial technology research seen in the Egghead arc. This raises an uncomfortable question. How did someone from a relatively isolated background develop such a sophisticated understanding of futuristic engineering? The answer proposed by the Mads connection theory is that Frankie may not be an isolated genius at all, but rather someone who was unknowingly exposed to remnants, blueprints, or indirect influence from the same scientific lineage that produced Vegapunk's most dangerous discoveries. The deeper you examine Frankie's life, the more coincidences begin stacking into a pattern that feels less like random genius and more like inherited proximity to forbidden technology. His early life is completely unknown before being found by Tom, which is already unusual in a world where lineage and origin often matter deeply. He was discovered as a child already surrounded by scraps of advanced machinery, suggesting exposure to technological environments that most children would never encounter naturally. His instinctive ability to dismantle, understand, and reconstruct complex mechanical systems at a very young age implies a level of intuition that borders on engineered aptitude rather than simple learning. This is where the Mads theory begins to expand. What if Frankie was not simply a gifted child, but someone who had been indirectly influenced by experimental technology or scientific environments tied to Mads remnants? After all, Mads scientists, Vegapunk, Judge, Queen, and Caesar, did not work in isolation. Their research spread across the world in fragments, influencing underworld brokers, criminal organizations, and military projects. If even partial MADS technology leaked into black markets or abandoned research routes, it is entirely possible that Tom's shipyard, known for building the legendary sea train, could have encountered experimental materials, prototypes, or scientific debris connected to those projects. Frankie growing up in such an environment would explain why his mechanical understanding is so instinctive. He would not need formal education in Vegapunk-level science if he had been absorbing fragments of it from an early age, through exposure, experimentation, and survival-driven adaptation. His body becoming a self-modifying machine is not just creativity. It reflects a level of conceptual engineering that aligns disturbingly well with lineage factor-inspired technological design principles, even if he himself is unaware of it. Frankie's later development after the time skip only strengthens the suspicion that his connection to advanced science is deeper than it appears. His body upgrades become more sophisticated, modular, and structurally optimized in ways that resemble systematic engineering rather than improvised construction. The general Frankie transformation, Frankie Shogun, and later enhancements show a level of mechanical complexity that feels closer to military-grade scientific design than pirate-era shipwright craftsmanship. Even more interesting is the thematic overlap between Frankie and Vegapunk's inventions. Vegapunk builds weapons that evolve, adapt, and integrate multiple systems into unified mechanical organisms. Frankie, independently, begins constructing similar multifunctional systems using scrap materials and self-directed design logic. The resemblance is not just visual, it is conceptual. Both operate under the idea that machinery can become an extension of identity, evolving beyond static design into adaptable forms. This parallel raises a provocative possibility. Frankie may be unconsciously replicating design philosophies rooted in Mads-era research without ever realizing their origin. That would mean his genius is not isolated. It is partially inherited through exposure to a technological lineage he never formally studied. Even his fascination with radical transformation, turning his own body into a weaponized system, mirrors the broader Mads' obsession with merging biology and machinery into hybrid forms. Judge modifies human bodies genetically. Queen integrates cybernetic augmentation. Vegapunk explores full-body mechanical conversion and consciousness preservation concepts. Frankie sits uncomfortably close to this spectrum, even though his methods are self-taught and emotionally driven rather than institutionally designed. That overlap suggests something important. Mads did not just create inventions. It created a technological paradigm that began spreading beyond its original circle. The emotional dimension of Frankie's story also aligns with one of the central consequences of Mads' experimentation: the erosion of boundaries between human identity and artificial enhancement. Frankie's transformation was born out of trauma, survival, and self-preservation. After being nearly destroyed, he rebuilt himself not as a traditional human, but as something hybrid, part man, part machine, fully self-defined. This reflects a broader philosophical shift seen across Mads-related creations. The idea that humanity is no longer fixed, but modular. Vegapunk's seraphim blur the identity between clone and individual. Judge's Germa soldiers blur emotion and functionality. Queen's modifications blur biology and machinery. Frankie, although independent of their organizations, arrives at a similar conclusion organically. Identity can be rebuilt through engineering. However, unlike mad scientists who approach this through control, experimentation, and systemic design, Frankie approaches it through emotional resilience and personal expression. His body is not a government prototype. It is a personal declaration of survival. That difference is important because it highlights a contrast between imposed technological evolution and self-directed augmentation. Yet the fact that both paths converge on similar outcomes suggests that Mads-level science fundamentally alters what is possible for human existence, regardless of who applies it. Once that technological threshold is crossed, even independent inventors begin drifting toward the same conceptual conclusions. Frankie may not have been part of May-DS, but he exists in a world permanently shaped by its aftermath. The most compelling implication of the Mads connection theory is that Frankie could represent a secondary product of scientific diffusion rather than direct experimentation. Vegapunk often describes science as something that spreads beyond its original control once discovered. Ideas cannot be contained. Once advanced technological principles are introduced into the world, they begin influencing inventors, engineers, and even criminals who reinterpret them in their own ways. Frankie fits perfectly into this category. He is not a lab-created subject, but a self-evolved product of a world saturated with fragmented Mads knowledge. If Tom's shipyard encountered experimental machinery from the same scientific lineage that later defined Vegapunk's research, then Frankie's exposure would have been indirect, but foundational. This would explain why his inventions feel so unusually advanced compared to his environment. They are not purely native to his world, but echoes of a deeper scientific revolution that occurred before he fully understood its origins. It also explains why Frankie instinctively gravitates toward extreme mechanical modification. His design philosophy reflects a world where boundaries between human and machine have already been philosophically blurred by earlier generations of scientists. In this sense, Frankie becomes a living bridge between ordinary craftsmanship and forbidden technological evolution. Ultimately, the theory that Frankie is connected to Mads does not require him to have been directly experimented on by Vegapunk or the world government. Instead, it suggests something more subtle and arguably more realistic within the logic of One Piece. Scientific revolutions leave traces in the world long after their creators lose control of them. Frankie's genius may be the result of exposure to those traces, fragmented knowledge, abandoned technology, and inherited design principles that slowly shaped his understanding of what machines and bodies can become. His existence demonstrates how deeply Mads changed the world without ever needing to directly interact with every individual it influenced. Frankie is, in this interpretation, a product of scientific aftershock rather than direct experimentation. A man who rebuilt himself using ideas that originated in a hidden network of world-altering research. And that leads to the final unsettling implication. If someone like Frankie, operating completely independently, can unknowingly replicate principles developed by the most advanced scientific minds in history, then Mads may have permanently altered the trajectory of human evolution itself. Not through control alone, but through the irreversible spread of ideas powerful enough that even those outside the system begin building versions of its legacy, without ever realizing they are standing in the shadow of the greatest scientific conspiracy the world has ever known. The parallel between Kid, Shanks, and the Phoenix rebirth symbolism becomes one of the most emotionally charged and structurally important threads when you start looking at how One Piece treats failure, downfall, and resurgence as essential parts of a pirate's identity. Eustace Kid is introduced as one of the most aggressive and volatile members of the worst generation, someone defined by ambition so intense it borders on self-destruction. Unlike Luffy, whose dream is tied to freedom and joy, Kid's dream is fueled by confrontation, rivalry, and the need to prove himself in a world that constantly tries to suppress him. From the beginning, his narrative is not a smooth ascent, but a repeated collision with overwhelming forces. He challenges Yonko-level figures far earlier than his strength realistically allows, suffers catastrophic defeats, and is repeatedly pushed into situations where survival itself becomes uncertain. Yet each defeat does not erase him, it reshapes him. This is where the Phoenix symbolism becomes central. In mythology, the Phoenix does not simply survive destruction. It is reborn through it, becoming stronger and more refined after being consumed by flames. Kid's journey mirrors this pattern structurally, even if the tone is far harsher. Every loss strips away arrogance, exposes limitations, and forces adaptation. His defeat is not the end of his narrative arc. It is the mechanism through which his next evolution is prepared. In a world governed by overwhelming power hierarchies, Kid represents the raw concept of refusal. Even when crushed, even when broken, he does not disappear from the narrative. He persists. That persistence is what positions him within the rebirth framework. However, his version of rebirth is not gentle or enlightened. It is violent, chaotic, and born from resistance rather than wisdom. He is not being guided toward growth. He is being forced into it through suffering. And that distinction is crucial because it sets him apart from characters who grow through mentorship or ideological clarity. Kid grows through impact. through being shattered and reassembled by forces stronger than himself. Shanks, on the other hand, represents a completely different axis of the same thematic structure. Where Kid embodies uncontrolled ambition meeting reality, Shanks embodies controlled power operating as a balance. Shanks is one of the most mysterious figures in the entire series, not because of what he does openly, but because of how deliberately he restrains himself. He exists at the intersection of power and restraint, constantly positioned near world-altering events without fully participating in them until necessary. His role feels less like that of a conventional pirate and more like a stabilizing force within a destabilized world. While Kid is repeatedly burned by collisions with greater forces, Shanks appears to understand those forces deeply enough to avoid unnecessary destruction while still influencing outcomes when required. This creates an interesting philosophical contrast. Kid's path is defined by exposure to overwhelming power without preparation, while Shanks's path is defined by mastery of overwhelming power paired with restraint. In rebirth symbolism, Shanks does not rebirth through defeat in the same visible way as Kid. Instead, his rebirth is conceptual. He seems to have already passed through cycles of loss, understanding, and transformation before the main story even begins. His calm demeanor masks a history that suggests he has already been shaped by the world's harshest realities. That is why he often appears as a balancing figure rather than a purely active combatant. He intervenes not to dominate, but to prevent collapse. This makes him almost mythological in narrative function. If Kid is the phoenix engulfed in flames, Shanks is the wind that determines where the ashes fall. He does not merely survive destruction, he manages its consequences. And that positioning makes him essential to the broader thematic ecosystem of One Piece, where unchecked ambition and overwhelming power constantly threaten to destabilize the world's fragile equilibrium. The connection between Kid and Shanks becomes even more meaningful when viewed through the lens of rebirth through defeat, as a shared narrative mechanism operating at different scales. Kid's defeats are personal, immediate, and brutal. They strip him down to survival mode and force evolution through necessity. Each time he is crushed, he returns with adjustments, new strategies, hardened resolve, and a deeper understanding of the gap between ambition and reality. But crucially, his growth is still reactive. He is shaped by forces acting upon him rather than consciously aligning with a larger philosophy. Shanks, in contrast, represents what happens when someone has already internalized the consequences of power and loss. His restraint suggests that he understands the cost of unchecked escalation. While Kid learns through impact, Shanks acts with awareness of impact. This creates a hidden symmetry. Both characters are defined by their relationship to overwhelming forces, but one is still inside the cycle of destruction and rebirth, while the other operates slightly outside it, guiding its direction without being consumed by it. This is where the phoenix symbolism becomes layered rather than linear. Kid is the phoenix in active regeneration, burned, broken, and reforming. Shanks is the phoenix in equilibrium, already reborn, no longer needing destruction as a catalyst for identity. Together, they represent two stages of the same conceptual cycle: chaos becoming experience, and experience becoming control. The narrative tension between them is not simply rivalry or admiration. It is structural. It reflects two different responses to a world defined by overwhelming power hierarchies. One responds by pushing harder into confrontation.
The other responds by stepping back just enough to influence outcomes without being destroyed by them. This dynamic becomes even more interesting when you consider how One Piece uses defeat as a transformative narrative tool rather than a final endpoint. Characters are rarely defined by their losses in a static sense. Instead, defeat functions as a catalyst for identity evolution. Kid's losses are especially significant because they occur at moments where he is forced to confront forces far beyond his current level. These encounters are not random. They are shaping mechanisms. Each defeat exposes not only physical limitations, but philosophical ones. His worldview, built on direct confrontation and dominance, is repeatedly challenged by opponents who operate on entirely different scales of power and influence. Meanwhile, Shanks exists in a space where he seems to understand these scales instinctively. His presence alone often shifts the behavior of others without direct conflict. That difference is essential. Kid must collide with reality to understand it. Shanks influences reality by already understanding it. In rebirth terms, Kid's cycle is visible and painful, while Shanks' cycle is internalized and complete. Yet both are still connected by the same underlying principle: transformation through confrontation with limits. The difference lies in timing and awareness. Kid is still being shaped by the process. Shanks has already been shaped and now operates as a stabilizing echo of that transformation. The emotional weight of this parallel becomes strongest when considering the idea that defeat itself is not punishment in One Piece, but a necessary mechanism for growth. Kid's repeated failures are not narrative dismissal. They are structural reinforcement of the idea that ambition without adaptation leads to destruction, but destruction itself is not the end. It is the condition for rebirth. Shanks, meanwhile, represents what that rebirth looks like when it has already been completed. He is not defined by visible scars or repeated defeats on screen, but by the implication that he has already gone through similar cycles off-screen in ways the audience has not yet fully seen. This creates a layered storytelling effect where Kid's journey feels immediate and raw, while Shanks' journey feels distant and completed, yet still actively influencing the present world. The Phoenix symbolism ties them together across time, one still burning, one already risen. One still learning through collapse, one already acting with the awareness of collapse. And in the middle of that dynamic lies the broader thematic question One Piece constantly returns to: whether true strength comes from avoiding defeat or from surviving it so completely that it reshapes who you are. Kid and Shanks do not answer that question separately. They answer it together as 2 points on the same cycle of destruction, transformation, and rebirth that defines not just their characters, but the entire philosophy of power in the world they inhabit. The idea that the world of One Piece is secretly built on reincarnated will rather than simple political power or military dominance creates a completely different lens through which every major event, character, and hidden mystery begins to align into a single repeating structure. At the surface level, the world appears to be governed by the world government, the Marines, the celestial dragons, and powerful pirate emperors competing for territory and influence. But underneath that visible structure lies something far more fundamental, a cycle of inherited will that repeatedly reemerges across generations in different forms, identities, and ideological expressions. Imu, Joy Boy, Vivi, Blackbeard, and Shirahoshi stop being isolated legendary figures and instead begin to resemble nodes in a repeating pattern of reincarnated influence, each representing a different aspect of a deeper historical cycle that has never truly ended since the Void Century. Joy Boy's legacy persists through Luffy, not because of bloodline alone, but because will itself refuses to disappear. Shirahoshi as Poseidon is not just a weapon of ancient times, but a recurring embodiment of a force tied to the sea itself. Blackbeard, potentially connected to Xebec's fragmented legacy, represents a distorted continuation of ambition and disruption. And Imu, the most mysterious figure of all, becomes the central anchor point of this cycle, not simply as a ruler, but as someone potentially bound to the same mechanism of inherited will that shapes everyone else, including those who oppose her. When viewed through this framework, power is no longer the deciding factor in history. Instead, power becomes the surface expression of something deeper, the recurrence of will across time, reshaping itself through new identities while retaining the emotional and ideological essence of its original form. That means every major conflict in One Piece is not just a battle between individuals, but a collision between inherited forces that have been building momentum for centuries. When Cipher Pol begins to collapse under internal betrayal, disobedience, and ideological fracture, it becomes more than just an organizational failure. It signals a systemic breakdown in one of the world government's most tightly controlled instruments of order. Cipher Pol represents enforced obedience, emotional suppression, and institutional loyalty stripped of individual identity. If such a system begins to crack, it suggests that the deeper mechanism holding the world together is no longer stable. This instability is not limited to political structures. It reflects a broader weakening of control over the forces that the government has relied on for centuries. If the world government's authority is partially built on managing or suppressing cycles of inherited will, then Cipher Pol's collapse becomes symbolic of that control slipping. Agents who were once conditioned to obey without question begin to experience doubt, emotional conflict, and fractured loyalty. This mirrors a larger pattern seen across the world. Systems designed to suppress individuality eventually generate resistance from within. That resistance is not random. It often aligns with resurfacing will patterns that cannot be permanently erased. In this sense, Cipher Pol's breakdown is not just organizational decay. It is a symptom of a world entering a transition phase where old systems of control are no longer sufficient to contain the forces they were built to regulate. When institutions built on suppression begin to fail, it suggests that the underlying suppressed forces are becoming too strong to contain. And if those forces are linked to reincarnated will cycles, then the collapse of Cipher Pol becomes part of a much larger unfolding shift in the world's structure. The concept that the world is ruled not by direct power but by inherited will cycles fundamentally redefines how destiny operates in One Piece. Instead of viewing characters as isolated actors making independent choices, this perspective suggests that many of their motivations, conflicts, and roles are echoes of deeper historical patterns that repeat across time. Joy Boy's promise, Imu's hidden authority, Shirahoshi's ancient connection to Poseidon, Blackbeard's chaotic ambition, and Vivi's royal lineage, all begin to resemble different expressions of a single repeating system where will is never destroyed, only transferred, transformed, or distorted.
Even opposing forces may not be truly separate, but rather different manifestations of the same original source of will, split across time and ideology. This creates a world where history is not linear, but cyclical, constantly reintroducing similar forces under new identities. The implications of this are enormous, because it means that victory in one era does not necessarily end a conflict. It only pauses it until the next incarnation emerges. This also reframes the idea of inherited will from a symbolic theme into a structural law governing the world itself. People are not just influenced by the past, they are extensions of it. Their desires, fears, ambitions, and roles may be shaped by echoes of previous identities that continue to influence the present. Under this interpretation, Imu is not simply a ruler who suppresses history, but potentially someone who understands this cycle and attempts to control or interrupt it. Joy Boy and Luffy represent liberation through continuation of will, while Imu may represent control through suppression or redirection of that same force. Shirahoshi embodies a natural force tied to the world's systems, while Blackbeard embodies chaotic disruption that may accelerate or fracture the cycle entirely. And Vivi becomes the most uncertain variable of all, because her position suggests she may not fully belong to any single role, but instead stand at the intersection of multiple inherited influences. Vivi's potential role within this reincarnation system is what ultimately transforms the theory from historical interpretation into an existential threat. Unlike other figures who clearly embody specific forces or ideologies, Vivi exists in a more ambiguous position. She is a princess of Alabasta, a kingdom tied deeply to ancient history and political balance. Yet she is also a character consistently associated with compassion, emotional intelligence, and a strong sense of justice that does not fully align with the world government structure. If Imu, Joy Boy, Shirahoshi, and Blackbeard represent fixed cycles of will recurrence, then Vivi may represent either a disruption point or a stabilizing bridge between them. Her connection to Imu through symbolic imagery, her proximity to key world events, and her consistent presence near historical turning points suggest that she may not be incidental but structurally important to how the cycle continues or breaks. If inherited will is a repeating system, then Vivi's existence raises a crucial question. Is she meant to continue the pattern, alter its direction, or potentially break it entirely? Unlike characters driven by overwhelming ambition or ancient legacy, Vivi's strength lies in her human-centered perspective, her ability to empathize, mediate, and understand conflicting sides. That kind of influence is dangerous in a world governed by rigid cycles of inherited ideology because it introduces unpredictability into a system that depends on repetition. If she is connected to Imu in any meaningful way, whether symbolically or structurally, then she may represent the possibility that even the most stable cycles of will are not permanent. Instead of being locked into predetermined roles, individuals may possess the ability to interrupt, redirect, or transform the patterns they inherit. Ultimately, the conclusion that the world is built on reincarnated will rather than pure political power forces a complete reinterpretation of One Piece's underlying structure. Power struggles, wars, betrayals, and revolutions are no longer isolated events driven purely by human ambition. They become expressions of deeper historical cycles attempting to resolve unfinished conflicts across generations. Imu, Joy Boy, Vivi, Blackbeard, and Shirahoshi are not just characters positioned at different points in history. They are recurring manifestations of will that refuse to disappear, constantly reshaping the world through new identities while carrying fragments of older truths. Cipher Pol's collapse signals that even the most tightly controlled systems cannot indefinitely suppress these cycles, and that the world may be approaching a moment where inherited will can no longer be contained by institutional power alone. In that sense, the true battle is not simply between pirates and the world government, or freedom and oppression, but between repetition and transformation itself, between a world that endlessly recreates its past through reincarnated will and a world that finally breaks that cycle to create something genuinely new. And at the center of that uncertainty stands Vivi, whose role may ultimately determine whether the system continues its endless repetition or finally reaches the moment where inherited will stops defining the future, and the world is allowed, for the first time, to choose its own direction without being pulled back into the echoes of what it once was.